Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I am your host, Church of Entropy. Very happy to be here today on this Sunday evening. Thank you so much for joining Doooovid. Looking forward to the show, and I'll hand it over to you for the introduction.
Hey, Jennifer. Good to be back. Welcome, everybody. Hope everyone had a good week. A lot of enlightenment, learned a lot of interesting things. I had a pretty good week. Relatively, nothing super insightful or eventful. Like I went to pray at synagogue again, and it was like a big deal. Like I went out, I was with people, like almost like God forbid I was like recovering from something horrible. But I guess we are in the middle of the pandemic, and just like that's a shock. Like I'm going to Starbucks now, and even though it's different, I'm using the app and social distancing, and no one's hanging out. But it's like, oh, like Starbucks is open, and it's a little interesting. My research, I've been a little better in reading more, getting further in my research. So hopefully, I think me and Jennifer might, you really start demonstrating understanding in fields and show where it fits into the current state of research. I think, almost to the point where we could be talking with people that are publishing the newest papers on these fields. So hopefully we're soon going to be reaching that point. Hopefully Jennifer, she's only one good show, one big event, big interview from getting the 1,000 subscribers, getting monetized, just 170 more. That could just be one good interview on one show and a post show, and a few hundred people subbing. So hopefully that happens soon. But with that, so let's open with a chant, and I thought I'd do a Hare Krishna chant that has the same musical structure as the Hasidic tunes that I've been talking about the last few weeks. So, Jennifer, have you understood the somewhat conceptual idea how the Hasidic melodies are like a meditation on the four-letter name of God, and that represented in the structure of the melodies and tunes?
I have to be honest, I don't really have much skill in music at all. Like, and I'm a little bit, I don't want to say tone deaf, but definitely tone deaf, but I think it's actually worse than tone deaf. But the vibe I get so far is it's like the kind of music that you'd hear in a temple that was like dimly lit with candles, and it was a huge party and everybody was having a really good time. So it kind of gave me that vibe. If I could, that would be the best I could do. But in terms of the technical structure of the music, I'm sorry. Like it has, I suppose, like a folksy vibe to it, but I really can't go further than that in my ability to describe it. I'm sorry.
You can't listen to a melody and break down the structure, like, oh, part one and now part two and now repetition of part one, from listening to the song, like like a generic structure, even if you don't know notes or musical notation. That just can't. You're kind of obvious that the music has some sort of structure, and as you're listening, it's like, oh, the end of part one and moving to part two. Or you're saying like you don't even notice that, like it goes from part one to part two and you didn't even notice. And if someone asked you about that, you'd be like, what are you talking about?
Well, there are definitely times where I can pick out repetitiousness in a song, like where it's kind of the same thing, but it's picked up a little bit, or it's the same thing with a little bit more complexity at the end. Like I can tell that, but I would have to really try. You know what I mean? Like it's the same with listening to any song with lyrics. Like if I wanted to hear what they actually were, I would have to really focus, and even then I would probably not get it all the way. Like, it doesn't come naturally to me, I guess.
Is there a popular song that you could think of that you like that would, that I would probably know, and then maybe quickly I could try to show the basic structural breakdown of it?
Trying to think of a good example, but nothing is coming to mind.
I mean, a lot of things are formulaic, like Beatles songs, Rolling Stones songs, rock songs, because you have, music is relatively mathematical.
One of my best friends used to say that all the time. Like, this guy has a master's degree in physics. He's a high school physics teacher, and he would always say that. And I'd be like, "Are you sure?" Because there seems to be, I understand why it's mathematical, because there's like 8 notes, right, per octave, and but then there's an artistic element to it too, because it's a full piece. Like, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end, and it has an overall structure. And I guess I wouldn't call that mathematical. I call it artistic.
Well, I mean, from a classical perspective, this tune this week hopefully will be a good demonstration of that. But I guess if Jennifer is not even so musical to pick out the breaking point of part 1 and part 2. I mean, this week I'll do a Hare Krishna tune, so it'll be obvious when I finish part 1, because the tune changes at the repetition of the mantra. For part 1 is used for the tune, and then part 2 in chanting and congregational chanting, there's a science to getting everybody into it, and the dynamics of it. But purely musically, no. I mean, there's a theory in it's the reason I'm bringing it up is because it's called consonance and dissonance, and consonance refers to these easy patterns and musical structures like thirds and fifths in terms of an octave, in the repetition of something that hitting the note a perfect octave higher that causes resonance, and in terms of amplification of signals versus cancellation of signals in an actual physical form of consonance and dissonance. So structuring like classical music, like Bach and the famous books even written Gödel, Escher, Bach, you went through the different mathematical variations, but the Greeks and the Pythagoreans had already came up with scales in the mathematics, and also this idea of consonance and dissonance. And from what we're talking about, it's this pattern expectation where you musically set it up that a person expects a pattern, but there's a gap in the pattern, and that's called dissonance. And that is certain in a melody where you can have a 3 to 5 note pattern, and one of the notes is off in a way that the person mentally expects the note to be one way, because it would match the pattern, but it's a different way, and that's called dissonance, and that's tension in music, and it's mathematical. So it's like, it's not like an artistic effect that you try to put in the music. It's mathematical. That dissonance is a factual thing that everybody experiences the same way, because it's a sound vibrational effect that if it's consonant, it makes the sound vibrate in one way. If it's dissonant, it makes the sound vibrate in a different way. So usually in most music, there's like a dispute resolution, there's a theme, and the theme has a little bit of dissonance in it, and so you have like a part 1 that introduces the theme and the little bit of dissonance. Part 2 increases the dissonance to a maximum level within the theme and variation. So whatever your theme is, the variation of part 2 is trying to expand the dissonance to the highest level possible. And then part 3 is the resolution of the dissonance in terms of, and this could be in terms of musical notes, where and this is basic music theory. Almost all songs are structured in some sort of way through this, and it's a mathematical reality that was dated back to the Vedas and the Greeks and other, maybe King David, who understood these wisdoms. So I'd been mentioning the Chassidim because of the name of God is a 4-letter structure, Yud Hey Vav Hey, that the structure of all these Chassidic songs that are meditations on the 4-letter of God's name are like 1, 2, 3, 2 structured songs, and whatever the meaning of God in the 4 letters of the name are symbolic in the tune, and tunes, because they're basically just a pattern of how you go up or down, are symbolic of what happens in life, just like dissonance. So interesting, a lot of Hare Krishna tunes, they're basically just 3-part tunes. So they're not, but the structure musically is extremely similar to a lot of Hasidic tunes. And Hasidic tunes probably a lot have gypsy influence, and gypsy influence might have Vedic influence. So it's possible that the Vedic sound to Hasidic tunes is actually Vedic in origin through gypsy influence. But that's not necessarily been demonstrated. But a lot of the famous Hare Krishna tunes have these 3-part structure. In terms of chanting, the idea is to start slowly, get everybody chanting. You have that second part that's dissonance building, and sometimes people will give the expression like chant it out, and the tune itself will encourage people to fully breathe to their fullest, and so to say challenge themselves physically in a musically way that's difficult to produce, and but get person to do it as somewhat like a breathing exercise. That the chanting itself and the tune itself is a form of a unique breathing exercise, because in order to properly chant the mantra to that given tune, you actually have to breathe in a very precise way. So there's a lot of science to this, and maybe as we get into it, we'll actually go more into consonance and dissonance, and I'll find a way to chart it out. But this one's going to be easy because I'm just going to chant the Hare Krishna mantra, and it's a 3-part tune. And just think the first structure kind of introduction thing, and then the second part dissonance, and then the third part resolution of dissonance. But if you could imagine it also like a Hasidic tune, if you just extracted the tune and chanted the melody.
I have an idea. Why don't you raise your hand or do some gesture every time there's a transition, and then I'll try to follow along.
Okay, well, I'm going to start chanting now, and I said, like, it's just going to be the Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and then, and I'm going to chant the mantra 3 times, and the 3-part music structure will be the 3 mantras. So you're not going to need a hand gesture, because just when the mantra is repeated.
You might be wrong. I might need one, because I'm very I don't want to say I think I'm actually like musically dyslexic. Just a weird thing. One of my eccentricities.
It could be. I mean, it's possible with all your good qualities that you have some sort of deficiency in like being colorblind or tone deaf or something, that it's just a physical
zero-sum game.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You have to see like a doctor or something and have it officially tested, and saying if was a genetic condition of the way you were born, or whether there's something that could be done to perfect your hearing, or whether it's psychological, or maybe it's just a little bit of training. It's just something that you never actively worked on, and if you worked on it, you would see a pretty quick gain in results in your ability to understand music and decipher sounds.
My intuition on it is that it's actually the part of because when I said before zero-sum game, I didn't mean it as like a mental problem. I meant it as in like the mind has a certain amount of energy, and if it's sort of shared between music and, let's say, math, then it's like diverted. But if it's just 100% on math, then it's like the music would be cluttering up my mind, because I don't know how to go from math to music. And
evidence from what I've been reading would likely say that it's a defense mechanism against the resolution of your dissonance, because music is a way to resolve your dissonance. So meaning that you have high dissonance, which could be logical, like a woman in a Western body that's trying to be a great teacher of Vedic wisdom, could naturally cause large amounts of dissonance.
Well, I'm not really saying, "Hey guys, come and get your Vedic wisdom." I'm more saying, I
But we're
like
saying
math and
that
science.
therefore, music would resolve your dissonance and it would change. It would mellow your personality. Where if so by being amusical, you're able to maintain your dissonance. And you're saying like no, just like norm out. And you're saying like no, like so. How is it possible that years later you never just normed out and you're still doing the same LARP? Like, does she actually
I
really
don't like
believe this
norming
stuff?
out. I don't like norming out because I would rather set the tone for what normalcy is than assimilate to the norm.
Well,
So
so saying music is the method of norming out. Like, so it's say like, no, I mean, secretly, like you play U2 at night and like sing sing your lungs out to like, your favorite Beyonce song or something like that. That has a karmatic effect because like, no, like I'm never driving and like singing at the top of my lung to like the latest thing on the radio.
I feel a little bit shy to answer this question. I've definitely.
But it's saying that without divulging, like, yes, in fact, you got me, Doovid. Like, I do that all the time, and like, I'm too embarrassed to tell you what song I do it to. But saying, like, yes, that probably is indicative of some sort of dissonance resolution process that you go through, that you help resolve your own dissonance by singing it out to whatever it is you secretly sing it out to. And
I,
if Doovid is careful, he's saying like I only sing it out to very selective mantras, to very selective tunes, because it's like it's a precise science, and you can't just sing it out to what's ever on the radio.
I would love for you to do your intro song so we can continue with this wonderful conversation.
Okay,
I'll
so
let you go ahead.
with all the build up that week, just to contemplate these musical structures. So here's the Hare Krishna mantra, and I'll chant it 3 times. And what in reality has the same musical structure as a Hasidic tune. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So I didn't actually go to the temple this week, although they are open. Chanting with like the masks on and the social distancing, and there's no food distributions. But that would be a typical mantra, and that would be a mantra that could be chantable for maybe even an hour, half an hour, but definitely tens of minutes. And it might be something where if you picked up on the 3-part structure, where the tune wise, it'd be call and response, where one person would chant, but that might even chant like the first part, the Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, maybe even like tens of minutes if it was purposely for a meditative purpose, and then in terms of congregational chanting, where you're warming people up to basically exert more energy into their chanting by chanting, doing more musically demanding things. And then you have the second part, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And I would have to, I'm not, show the notes or something but the idea of like a theme and variation or like a story where it's kind of just like, yeah, things are pleasant, you're going by, and then basically the Joseph Campbell's hero's journey. That's basically 3 parts. So basically, a lot of these 3 parts tunes are basically structured the same way with like a Joseph Campbell's 3-part hero's journey. Like kind of the path and going by, and then the taking out, and the great struggle, and then coming back and emerging as the champion, and somehow trying to musically represent that journey. And that's a dynamic of group chanting. So there's a science to it. There's a science, like it's almost formulaic. You think like bands like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, or popular bands, and obviously the composers like Bach and Brahms and Beethoven, that understood these formulas. And some of them the Greeks had actually figured out in ancient times. And this idea that we'll, I'm sure, talk about more, is actually referred to is the science of consonance and dissonance. So when we talk about multiple truth hypothesis and cognitive dissonance and the connection of music, and to know that the science of music is actually the science of dissonance. So I maybe a little longer ramble at the opening of this one, but hopefully it's going to connect some dots over a lot of these issues.
Yeah, thanks. I've always sort of shied away from music theory and just left that to other people to explore. So what exactly did you mean about the hero's journey? What's the connection there? Like you're saying it has sort of the same, like it starts out low and then it accelerates to a peak and then it dips back down low. Is that sort of like the energy of like a general arc of a story type thing that you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm understanding your metaphor.
Yeah, so musically, it's when you have a longer piece, you have this idea of theme and variation, where you introduce a musical theme or motif, and then you vary the theme or motif, but you could recognize that it's a variation of the original theme or motif. So you're taking someone somewhat on a journey, because in the first part you introduce this musical motif, and then in the second part you vary the motif in a way that's usually dissonance creating, and then in the third part you resolve the dissonance, usually taking person to a higher level. So that could actually be musically where you've actually increased it. You're like maybe not a whole octave, but at least like a third or a fifth, or some musical part from the first part to the introduction of the dissonance to the resolution of the dissonance, where the person is actually singing at a higher pitch than they were before. And so you've actually transformed the congregation to a higher frequency, literally through the power of mantra. But in terms of like the Joseph Campbell hero's journey, that's basically this, this concept, like, your Moses, your prophet, that is chosen by God and tested and tried by God in order to achieve the status of being this prophet or great leader, and then reemerged back into the difficult situation in order to exact change, in the sort that it's almost always this model of this person who's going through life, and then they're pulled aside and given tests and the secret wisdom, and then they're put back in and able to emerge the hero. And so musically, in these 3-part structures, a lot of these 3-part structures are these Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, where you have this, like, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. You're kind of like the hero who's just clicking his heels, like kind of walking, coasting through a life in a nice kind of like comfy march to a introduction of dissonance, like something's happened, like Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. So I mean, musically, it's trying to show some sort of dissonance, and whatever that means in terms of like a journey. It's like, oh, something happened, and now I'm in a situation where maybe it could end up good, maybe it could end up bad, and that's represented through a dissonant um, pattern progression in the music, where a person's expecting the pattern to progress the way it was in the way the theme was introduced, but in the variation of the theme, it was varied in a way that was substantially more dissonant than the original theme. And then the resolution, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. It's basically a return to that opening Hare Krishna, Hare, except a level higher and without the dissonance. So musically, what it actually took the person on a journey to a higher level, because you had the people chanting at a lower level. You introduce dissonance that put the congregation, kind of like put their fears and worries right out there, because it was musically like putting it like the type sound that you might when you're worried, when you're scared. And then somewhat the resolution, like, oh, I've solved the dissonance because now I'm functioning at a higher level than I was before. So in terms of like the science of chanting, that's actually the goal of a lot of the chanting in music. You're trying to uplift the audience, and if they participate in the chanting, in this somewhat breathing exercise, at the end of it, yeah, they're breathing like much quicker in a more unified way, and in terms also like a group think, where the congregation has unified and harmonized all of their breathing. So there's multiple resolutions of dissonance that, when the congregation came together, their breathing and heartbeats and all these things were probably dissonant. But through the power of chanting, their breathing and heartbeats and various other things probably of the congregation resolved their dissonance. They became consonant.
Okay, so the connection with the hero arc, the hero, what do they call a hero journey, would be you're starting off with the hero, and the motif you're introduced to is the hero's personality. And then there's some challenge for the hero, which would be the dissonant part. And then there's an affirmation for the hero where it's the original theme, but it's reinforced. So there's like an additional sort of flourish in the final bit, even though it sounds a lot like the original bit.
Yeah, so musically, if you thought like, let's say you had a structure of like one of 5 notes, and your notes are going higher from like 1, 2, 3, all are going up, and then the 4th one goes down 2, and then the 5th one goes back up, or something like that, where it's actually a mathematical structure, where in the introduction of the theme, there's this going back and down, and the part of the dissonance, that those structures of how you go up and down could be varied in a way to maximize the dissonance, if that was the effect you were trying to create for like the hero's journey. In the resolution of dissonance, it's the same recognizable structure as the introduction of the theme, except it's more triumphant, than the original one. So that's the hero's main motif. That's the theme song. I recognized it from part one. Part one introduces the hero's theme song, but when you get in part 3, it's like, wait, that's the theme song, but it's in this like reinforced higher structural pattern.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Nice. And it's actually all mathematical. It's saying like I sent you a link that has one of these that will diagram, and saying that there's theory of consonance and dissonance, and if you took music theory and composed music, you would, and there's actually like I guess when you paint, there's like a wheel of paint, and when you do music, there's like a wheel of chords. And I've studied it before. I'd have to review it. Maybe there's other people in our audience that are booked up on hand and understand the basics of consonance and dissonance, but it's definitely something to add to it. And then like the science of chanting, when you think in terms of a topic that hopefully we're going to talk about today, and group identity, group strategy, and you could say, yes, factually, congregational chanting does harmonize breathing and heartbeats, and also menstrual patterns. and other things beyond that. And specifically from a religious level, the harmonization of menstrual patterns is extremely important. But there is factual evidence that chanting does harmonize these things, and that it's possible to have societies where naturally these things would not be harmonized. Like, is it natural that women have harmonized menstrual cycles, or is it natural for women to have staggered menstrual cycles? And in terms of breathing, if you have a congregation full of people, is it natural for them to have harmonized heartbeats and breathing patterns, or is it more natural that that they're going to have staggered and dissonant heartbeat and breathing patterns? And what does that say about the state of conflict? Is a group of people that has harmonized heartbeats and breathing, could they still be in a state of conflict? Or could you argue that if people have harmonized their breathing and their heartbeats, that there's going to be less conflict? So a lot of these things are actually within the bounds of the full-fledged university scientific method, and people that are believers, most often Hindu, are at the forefront of the science of consciousness from a spiritual perspective in these studies of mental technique and the mental benefit of spiritual practice.
I'm really glad you brought that up, because it made me think of something. And I've got something on the screen right now. It's an article from Science Alert, Why Pendulum Clocks Mysteriously Sync Up. Have you ever heard of this phenomenon?
I think so.
Yeah. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this, basically it's this fascinating pattern that if you leave pendulum clocks in a room together, they're going to eventually all sync up together. And I think the answer to this lies in the domain of, let me think what it's called. I believe it is the principle of least action. So you could think of it as some kind of computer that is seeking to minimize the amount of energy it puts into its computations. Why would it be doing that? Well, it's entropy, of course, right? Entropy tells us that energy is minimized, essentially. So it takes less energy to do a synchronized cycling than a non-synchronized one. Because basically when you're not synchronized, you're sort of fighting against each other in the energetic realm, and nature will minimize this fighting against itself. And the reason I wanted to bring up the clocks is because they're inanimate, but they're still subject to this principle. So us observing this principle within life is actually, it is not unique to life. It's a transcendent, I guess it's a consequence of us living in a wave-like universe. I don't know if that's a good explanation or not, Doowovid.
Yeah, I mean, I would propose a full physical theory of these spiritual effects, and in fact, like, I'm not really coming up with it. Like, I have many people in centuries before in the Vedic and Kabbalistic systems that is basically at the heart of what they're saying. But now with the advances in physics, you're saying that there is a physics of group strategy, and there's a certain genetic group strategy, and then there's a certain amount that from my terminology I'll call free will. And Church of Entropy has her own lexicon for how she would describe these phenomenons, but a certain amount of group consciousness. And from the spiritual level, music, there's like a soul, a larger force to this group consciousness, but it could be usually felt on the physical level through music. And from a scientific phenomenon, it's factual that like what I was mentioning of coordination, harmonization of heartbeats, breathing, menstrual cycles, even emotional. Much more has been tested on these things with the people who participate in congregational chanting, and a lot of this stuff happens in India because I mean it's been tested around the world and peer reviewed, but a lot of the origin of this stuff is in India because they take their chanting very seriously, and a lot of them are scientists, and so they've had the base to have reasonably large studies of people to do this. But from an evolutionary anthropological way, that you have a certain group basis, and you might have an initiation ceremony, a belief pattern, but you also have some sort of music. They got to have their mantra, they got to have their theme song, and it actually does have a vibrational effect that people, when they hear the theme song, they start vibrating at that level of the theme song, and there could be a certain group consciousness that on a vibrational representative level, it's actually a tune that is the best descriptive, so to say, their theme song. What's the best descriptive attribute of Church of Entropy, so to say? And I don't know, saying, does she yet have a theme song? But in popular culture, you might consider that the descriptive attribute of a lot of people in popular culture is actually a theme song that's probably most descriptive of them.
Well, you know what we have to do next? Got to come up with respective theme songs. What do you think the Doooovid theme song sounds like?
Well, I don't know if I would if I'd have to compose my own theme song or choose one. So I mean, it's like if like Trump or something, who gets the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want, and somehow that becomes his theme song. And like, anytime Trump's like walking off stage and you, like this Rolling Stones pops on, you can't always get what you want, but you get what you need. And that like epitomizes Trump. And then you're thinking like, why is it the Rolling Stones epitomizing Trump that like Doooovid would want like to epitomize myself with my own composition? Or like, would it be like, like a precise like mantra that epitomizes me? And then like the tune, would it be like a tune from like a spiritual master that I selected, or would it be my own unique composition? And I don't think I have the ability or the insight right now, like maybe providentially, to compose my own tune. So as of now, I am without theme song, and if the Almighty provides me providence to insight to compose my own catchy little jingo, then maybe Doooovid will have a theme song.
Well, it's always good to have goals. Sounds like a funny. I think it could be salient so long as the theme song actually matched people's vibe. But I could see that catching on, like a personalized sort of theme song where it would be like the next evolution after TikTok, where it'd be like trying to summarize yourself into a mashup of memes and music.
Well, there is it's probably the science of dissonance, and at some point there might even be more direct material evidence of this science. But it's like if you play a sitcom without the opening, so it's like Seinfeld. If you didn't have like that, little in between, and really what that's is dissonance. Like that's like a little dissonant music, odd patterned music structure that is somewhat setting a pattern of Seinfeld of like this dissonant structure. Like, isn't it odd? And musically, that little like is kind of like a musical motif or signature that's kind of like Seinfeld saying like, do you ever wonder why people are so odd? And but there's if there's studies and saying you could think about it, like what happens if you play the sitcom without the theme song introduction. You're saying, well, it doesn't have the same effect because the theme song introduction so to say, set your
it amplifies Seinfeld.
Well, it set your mood for how you're going to perceive the information. So without that initial conditioning of the music to set that mood for how you interpret the information, like if you come into Seinfeld in the middle of an episode as opposed to having sat down and heard the theme song, and like maybe like if you have Seinfeld so internalized and like you're watching on DVD all the episodes, and you might fast forward through the theme song because you're saying like, no, like I have it memorized, like I don't need to, like I've already internalized Seinfeld's theme song so much that I could fast forward through that part.
Well, it's not really long enough to fast forward through, but I find that what the music adds to it is it's like it amplifies Seinfeld's personality, because there's something very awkward about him, but it's endearing at the same time. And the music is sort of the same. Like it's like a good instrument being played in a weird way almost. like down.
But you could see from that there could be, and hopefully we're going to look at some of these mathematical structures further in the show. But you could see that it's possible that structure of the music mathematically actually is literally mathematically Seinfeld's theme song and represents that sort of configuration.
Looks like Doovid's got to go get the phone. But yeah, like you come to almost be Pavlovianly trained that every time you hear that trilling sound, you know something awkward is about to happen, because that's kind of how Seinfeld, the Seinfeld show works. Like, it's basically a highlight reel of awkward moments, and so you're being set up for something that's going to be I don't know exactly how to describe it, but there were certainly some cringy moments in that show. What exactly was the point of that show anyway? I was a kid when Seinfeld came out, so I don't really understand the context so much, but what do you think of that when it came out?
You grew up with Seinfeld. He was like your awkward uncle that taught you weird things about life, useful life lessons.
Well, my mom really didn't like the show, so I think I got highly influenced by that, but they still watched it even though they didn't like it. Maybe that's a good way to describe Seinfeld.
But I mean, from relatively, okay, there's a process, and obviously, Seinfeld, Larry David, and the producers, and they probably have a musical expert that has studied music theory and either created or chose a specific theme song and a little clip that epitomized the show. So I mean, it was probably from a spiritual level, like some universal archetype, that there's a universal archetype, and maybe we'll see how good my pitch is. Have you ever heard of Metronon?
I don't think so.
You never heard of the biblical angel of Metronon?
Do you mean Metatron, or is this a different one?
It could be the same one.
I thought Metatron was the voice of God from that movie Dogma, played by Alan Rickman.
I mean, that might be a play on the same word, but I mean, it's so a popular figure, Santana, a famous musician, has claimed to be Metronon and like an incarnation of this angel. And he has a famous song, and if he's saying, is it possible that this is like the musical key signature of Metronon? And like, I don't know how good my pitch is, but he's like, dum, 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 dum. I mean, Santana would do it with a guitar and have a certain pitch, but you okay, there's infinite patterns, and there's a certain pattern of one certain note and a certain time waiting, and so just 4 notes, dum, 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 and how long that you hold the note for. But within a few notes, you already have an infinite possibility, because the amount of time you hold between notes, or the various things you could do between notes. Similar to chess, which is not infinite. Music becomes much more infinite than chess does. But so you have theories that there actually is an archetype, and they're saying that Santana and that like a musical is the key signature for Metronon isn't that's not necessarily Kabbalah, but just like, for example, that's like known conspiracy theory. Maybe someone watching, they've heard of Santana, or they recognize like that musical motif structure. But from a full belief system of the Vedas or Kabbalah or many systems, you're saying no, there are archetypes, and archetypes do in fact have musical signatures, like theme songs, like literally, like no, Metronon does have a theme song. It's it's not It's not just like some comic book figure. There's some spiritual force of Metronon, and it's representative of some don't 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 whatever it is that key signature is representing, like this archetype and that effect. And because the infinite potential of music, you're saying even all billions of creations, or maybe even to all of every species, every atom, who knows, we'd have to look into the mathematics of the possibilities of how infinite music is, could have its own unique archetypal music structure. And then you say, like, so the Pythagoreans, the ancient Greeks, some of the Kabbalists, some of the Vedic sciences, some of the Freemasonic sciences, a lot of the European folk sciences, Rosicrucianism, various things, Masonry, believe that music had this sort of vibrational sound energy, superstructural level, and that their music was this sort of configural connection between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, and that there's been many attempts, going back to the Pythagoreans, to demonstrate that you could invoke certain spiritual powers through various musical patterns.
Yeah, it's kind of like the idea in with mantras, the Sanskritic mantras, where you can know the vibrational frequency of various things, including ideas. So that's the basic idea. I don't know about a theme song. I think they would more call it a vibrational frequency.
I mean, Kabbalistically, the full Kabbalistic theory would say the building blocks of the material realm are actually the letters of God's name. So on the ultimate level, it's like, okay, like, we get Jennifer and her periodic table in quantum universe is saying, like, no, at the center of material reality, you're going to find that it's actually the letters of God's name. They're the building blocks of the material realm. And then that would be multiplied upon, like saying these musical meditations of God's name, but everything will be reducible to God's name, and the meditation of God's name will try to impose that superstructure of of saying that somehow God's name is actually the quantum periodic table.
I'm at a bit of a loss for words.
I mean, I could do that relatively easily. You're just taking your meme and like superimposing, somehow the four letters in Hebrew of God's name on your quantum periodic table in a way that like geometrically makes sense. Like, see, God's name is at the center of the quantum periodic table.
Yeah, you're gonna go try to find a hexagram in there? You scanning it around for a hexagram? It is beautiful. Like, I made that one and I just finished it and I got a picture. I'll put it big on the screen just real quick so people can get a look at it. But I've gotten good reviews so far. So it's more colorful, and I tried to increase the contrast. I think I succeeded there. So yeah.
I would say the hexagram, you could definitely probably get a hexagram there, like multiple, but I'm saying from the Kabbalistic level, like, no, it's not a hexagram. It's the actual letters of God's name. I mean, they're saying that's what it is. The vibrational thing, it's not, I mean, the hex, it's not, got nothing to do with the Star of David. The Star of David might represent something, but it's saying, like, no, I mean, the Kabbalists talk about the elementary particles are the letters of God's names.
Well, let's just say I'm glad you're the one that said it and not me, because, like, I don't know, I've offended a lot of people. And believe it or not, I'm actually trying to be diplomatic. I just
got Halsey. I messaged Halsey on his show today because, like, I don't know. I guess he's got the sensors are breathing down his neck. So like his shows, he's always on, and he takes them down. And so I almost never catch him. So I finally, like he tagged me in the post, and when I saw it, I clicked on it and he was live. So I told him it's been a while since he was on Week in Review. So if he popped up in the chat, it's been a while since Halsey's been on Week in Review.
Yeah, it'd be nice to catch up with him, even if it was just for a few minutes. But he says he's busy till his show later on. So thanks for stopping by in the chat, man. It's nice to see you. And sorry to hear about the censorship, and hope the show's still going. Really good. He seems to have had a pretty good run with Turd Flinging Monkey.
Well, I don't know if he's still doing that. Is he? I mean, but he's got. I think he incorporated himself back into the newer, kind of like Warski alt-right circles with Cato Gottfried, like Jared Taylor. He kind of like rebuilt up the former American Renaissance that was Jew-friendly. So I think Halsey basically was successful in like recreating this little like American Renaissance pre like 2004 or whatever, which I think maybe, I'm not sure if Cato was a member of, but so he's been able to a little bit like working together with Cato to recreate those circles, I think. And so that's been interesting development. And I don't know if he's going to continue with Turd Flinging. It'd be interesting if he has time, but so I'm sure he's doing well. He was on Luke a little bit a few weeks ago, and I caught that. And even he had I don't know. I mean, I'm not following Halsey enough to know exactly what he's doing. And it said because of the censorship, it's hard to follow because he takes his shows down, and you have to catch it like exactly what he's on. But sometimes he tags me in them, so he tags me in, and I try to catch it. And just this time, I happened to be able to catch it, his show today, and like I can't remember who he was talking to. He had Matt Forney on. So I mean, I think Halsey's been able to basically, make his mark in the alt-right, where he's became stable, in this kind of like Amrin type new evolving circles where he's one of the major streamers.
Nice. Well, good for you, Halsey, and welcome to the show, Vincent, who messaged me.
Hey.
Got in touch. Hey, thanks for keeping in touch. It's really good to see all the work that you're doing, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, hi, Doovid. How are you?
Hey, Vince. Yeah, the last week I saw you mention. I know you were doing some research into Arya Samaj. I don't know how much research you did into that.
A little bit. They sent me some Arya Samajis. Sent me. I guess it's the seminal work. I forget what it's called, but I was most interested in it because in the back part of it, he has polemics against Buddhists and Jains. Like he was just deconstructing their religion and showing what was wrong with them. So you got the
Satya Prakash.
Yes.
The eternal light, or the eternal truth.
Trembling
yes, that's
fear.
it. I still have to read it. Because I have some other things I have to read that I'm going through right now.
He even critiques Judaism. He even has time to critique Judaism.
Oh, he does. What did he say?
Well, you got the book. You mean check it? Like,
I'll look it up.
It's not going to volunteer that shit, man. People are very modest about their shortcomings. I like that quote. We have been just on fire today. This show is just like off to an amazing start. We're talking about like literally music, math. I don't think I've ever even talked about that in my life.
Well, I took a full semester course on the physics of music, and like I could whip out equations on the math. I haven't done it for a while, and if we could go back in that direction, or people that are musical like that. I remember that when I was going to the local Kingdom Hall Jehovah's Witness a few years ago, they had these Germanic tunes because the congregation was like almost all African American. The Kingdom Hall I was going to, they sang these like old, kind of like Germanic marches, and they were actually pretty good tunes. But they had a few points in the service. I think 3 different times in the service where like everybody stood up, and the whole congregation like pretty lively chanted these tunes. Like, were you a fan of the Jehovah's Witness chanting, Vince? Did you like those singing those songs?
Some of the songs are very deep and very
I mean, they took that seriously. Like the whole congregation, like 3 times in the Bible studies, the beginning, and the middle, and the end.
They're very powerful. I have to say they're very powerful. They're very full of like, they are very powerful songs. Like, and I don't really remember any of them, but what was my favorite one? I forgot, but like, they were just very powerful. Not that I liked being a Jehovah's Witness, but they were.
But they took their chanting seriously, and it was like sectioned off. Like they only chanted a few minutes. Like there was like 3 times. I never went to their. Maybe they did more in the prayer service, but their Bible study during the week.
Yeah.
It wasn't much, but they opened up, and at the end, and one point, to the 2/3 mark, and it was never more than 2 minutes. But it was always, everybody stood, and like nobody was like talking, and like almost everybody was singing, and some people were like singing with their full heart, and
yes,
there were no like side conversations going on or anything. It was like very serious.
Yes, of course. No,
well, the way chanting should be, from like a chanter, like from like someone who likes chanting. It was like I was very impressed, like with the Jehovah's Witness, like when they chanted, they chanted the way chanting should be.
No, of course they take it very seriously. Yeah, they're a very serious religion. And actually, so interesting that you brought that up, because now I'm hearing this whole mess. There's rumor. So do you know who the Danoons are? Israeli News Live? You've seen them, right? Israeli News Live with Jana and Ben Danoon.
Yeah, I mean, through No More News, I guess you were on that. I don't, or was that is that the pastor Rick Wales? He's a different guy. The one Rick Wales in Florida, or
they went on Rick Wiles. They went on Rick Wiles. Rick Wiles is wild. Oh my God, Rick Wiles.
But he appears on the. I don't know him too well.
They appear on Rick Wiles. They appear on No More News. But she was raised Jehovah's Witness, Jana, and she told me she has the data on it that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched your talk with them, and I think I also watched them when there were No More News. But beyond that, I don't know much about them.
Yeah, well, she told me that the Chabad Lubavitch gave Jehovah's Witnesses the status of Noahide because they don't believe in the Trinity, and I haven't seen that data yet. But another ex-Jehovah's Witness that I know that is interested in this Noahide issue sent me, and it looks totally legit. It makes no sense. Rabbi Schneerson died in 1994. And this is saying that Rabbi Schneerson is currently the CEO or chief executive officer of Watchtower Incorporated. And I'm starting, there's always been a huge connection between Chabad and Jehovah's Witnesses, but it's going really deep somehow.
Well, I would put it in terms of a Noahide level, because obviously the Jehovah's Witness at least idolatrize Jesus in the sense, okay, there's one level to say, okay, like I'm a Jew and I'm sorry to inform you that, Jesus was a false prophet. Certainly Jesus was not God, was not an incarnation. And not only that, Jesus wasn't even a prophet. And maybe even, God forbid, that, Jesus did in fact deserve to be executed according to, Judaic, proper law. And then you say, okay, on a Jehovah's Witness level, they don't believe that Jesus is God, but they worship Jehovah, the proper God, but they still exalt Jesus up to the level where Jesus is still some level of an idol. Or if you're going to say it's like Islam, where Jehovah's Witness looks at Christianity just like Islam, where it's just a false prophet. There's no idolatry there. It's just that the Jehovah's Witness, like Islam, believe in a false prophet, but there's no idolatry there. But I think from some perspective, you say that no, Jehovah's Witness, even the witnesses hold up Jesus to a higher level than Muslims hold up Muhammad, where to Jehovah's Witness, Jesus isn't just a mere prophet. There's some sort of level of idol status there.
Well, first, I mean, the thing is that they're going around and telling everyone they're Noahides, but in the background, everyone's not a Noahide. I mean, they're going and telling the Muslims that they can practice Sharia under Noahide law, but then if you go into all these halakhic texts, there's
They're not
rabbis.
Noahides. I'm saying they believe in Jesus. I'm saying I know the I went to
what
their
I'm
church.
getting
I've had
at-
them in my house. I'm saying they're not Noahides. They
No,
believe
well,
in
what I'm
Jesus.
getting at is that Chabad Lubavitch may have told them that they are Noahides to keep them in line.
Well, I'm saying they might be Noahides because it's okay. They follow. If you're saying they just follow a false prophet, and they're
yeah, right. You
they're
could follow a
Noahides
false.
because they don't murder, they don't steal, they preach the basic 10 commandments, and they're against idolatry, and they themselves are not idolatrous. The Jehovah's Witness are not breaching the Noahide laws by following a false prophet. It doesn't make you an idolater to follow a false prophet. And so from that perspective, that Muslims are not idolaters. And then you could also say, yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, they're not idolaters, they're complete Noahides. Like they just unfortunately are following a false prophet.
Well, yeah. Number one, I do want to say I don't know about the setting up courts of justice as a positive command. And Jehovah's Witnesses are not going to do that. So I don't really think they're Noahide compliant because it's mandatory. You can't just follow the Noahide laws yourself and do nothing to set up a court to enforce them. You're not allowed to do that either. I mean, you're also executed for not setting up courts. That's also a stipulation.
But I'm saying that Jehovah's Witness wouldn't self-govern. I mean, I know
No, they're not. No, they
you're saying
wouldn't.
if someone killed or someone
They wouldn't.
steals,
They wouldn't deal out the. They would not hand out the death penalty.
they wouldn't hand out punishment. You're saying within the witnesses, they don't believe in man-administered punishment. They don't believe in tribunals.
Well, they would
settling disputes. Like if someone steals
No.
from another person in the kingdom hall, or if someone beats up someone in the kingdom hall, they're not going to
You call the authorities. You're supposed to. The way Jehovah's Witnesses works with government and authority is you're supposed to submit to the government wherever you live, whatever they're doing. You're supposed to submit to them up until the point that they ask you to do something that's against the religion. So if they ask you to do something against the religion, then you can't do it. But up until that point, you have to do everything that they say.
So they don't have their own internal dispute resolution. If you get into a dispute with another witness, you're encouraged.
Well, no. What do you mean? If you're not getting along with them and there was a problem between the two of you, you're encouraged to go before elders and talk. But if it's something actually legal, like a theft or something like that, they would not administer that themselves. No.
And because they believe that when Messiah comes, or when the ultimate second coming, or however they believe apocalypse happens, that those structures are going to be destroyed. And that even if somehow the Jehovah's Witness, we're given self-determination and able to police their own neighborhoods, they're saying no, we believe in our shit. We're not trying to police our own neighborhood. We're trying to prepare for the imminent doom. So it's saying no, we're not like Jews who are kind of believe in Messiah, but in the meantime, let us create these societal social safety nets. We actually believe Armageddon is coming. And aren't going to bother setting up courts to administer justice.
No, right. So they're not going to do that. So any idea that they're being told that they're Noahides is just deception. Chabad Lubavitch just bought their building. There was something else I wanted to say about this. You had asked me.
Jared Kushner. I mean, Chabad or Kushner, or Chabad also.
Well, I don't know, but it looks like Schneerson's the CEO of the Watchtower from Bloomberg. I don't know what to make of this. I'm looking it up. I'm gonna start going. There's a Jehovah's Witness, there's an ex-Jehovah's Witness network on this all of a sudden that I
That would
didn't
be
know.
kind of cool if Jared Kushner. I mean, Jared Kushner is like, I mean, he's Chabad affiliated, but I'm saying like he's a greedy, self-interested person. Like, I don't. It's not in the style of Jared Kushner to like sign over the former Watchtower and be like the new Chabad headquarters. I'm completely giving all of the old Jehovah's Witness stuff to Chabad. And it's like no, like I mean, Kushner's Chabad affiliated, but like he's like a greedy money-seeking dude, and it's like no, it's extremely unlikely that he would give that to Chabad.
Well, I don't know, and unless
Why is it
there's something.
wait a minute, can I just say something? Like, wouldn't he? What about virtue signaling, like buying votes? Like, oh, look how benevolent I am. I bought this building.
No, I mean it goes against this. I'm saying like he's going to turn that into like luxury condos or something. Like it goes against all his principles. Like there's no way. Like I can't see a guy like Kushner would turn like that would like donate that to Chabad. Like that's becoming luxury apartments.
Okay, I must have misunderstood what happened. He just bought a building that Chabad used to own. Is that correct?
No, Jehovah's Witnesses used
Jehovah's
to.
Witness had these like
Oh.
huge buildings, and it's actually, God forbid, there's disputes whether it's possible that there could have been like laundered Nazi war crime money that was used to fund some of that. But like I don't know too much about those disputes, but I have heard Jews claim
Jehovah's
that.
Witnesses are secret Nazis? Is that the theory?
Well, no, I mean,
There's occult links between them. Yeah.
but it's like that the money that was used to purchase it, but they have like these huge buildings right over the Brooklyn Bridge. Brooklyn Bridge. I mean, at the Brooklyn, is it the Brooklyn Bridge
Yeah.
or the Manhattan Bridge?
Brooklyn Bridge.
And I mean, not like skyscrapers, but like big buildings and multiple ones of them, called the Watchtower, and like basically the prime best real estate in Brooklyn. And the origins of that money is confused. Like, I mean, I don't know how much Vince knows about the history of Jehovah's Witness or the origin of that money that they had to buy that property, but there are Jews that claim that they used laundered, Nazi war crime money that was stolen from Jews to purchase those buildings. But whether that's true or not, I have no idea. I just remember rumors about that, and there is, even within witnesses and whatever, like, where'd that money come from? How the witnesses, buy those buildings. But they ended up selling them. And a few years back, because just expensive or maintain or the headquarters, it wasn't morally feasible or in a good way to have witnesses in New York, so they decided to move their headquarters to a different place, and they put up their prime Brooklyn real estate property for sale, and it went for hundreds of millions of dollars. And the buyer of it was Kushner's company with his father and the few other handful of Orthodox Jewish investors that purchased the former Jehovah's Witness headquarters. So it's just saying from a perspective, Kushner's Chabad, like he should donate the Watchtower and the former Jehovah's Witness and give it to Chabad. I was saying like Kushner's not that kind of Chabad. Like Kushner's a businessman and money grubbing dude, and like I would say that there's close to 0%
No, but Chabad is. I mean,
he would give that to Chabad.
Chabad
I would like if he gave it. That would be cool if he gave it to Chabad. I would be like, props Jared Kushner giving that to Chabad. But like I would predict that being like close to zero. Like he's making luxury apartments, and he might donate. He might donate like a few $1,000s. Like Kushner might make $100,000. Like he's gonna convert like those millions of dollars into like luxury condos, make $1 billion, and he might make a donation of like $100,000 to Chabad. He's not signing that whole thing over to Chabad.
No, I never said no. You're no. I think you're misunderstanding. He is Schneerson is. There's a difference between that building and Watchtower Incorporated. Watchtower Incorporated has moved from that building. I mean, whatever Jared Kushner's doing with that building is a different thing.
They were out of there like way before Kushner.
Right.
They were basically out of there before Kushner bought it anyways.
But Rabbi Schneerson, according to my Jehovah's Witness network, is the CEO of Watchtower Incorporated proper.
Well, that'd be interesting. I didn't look at that, but I mean, saying if it's possible that Kushner, well, I mean, I think the Rebbe The Rebbe, I mean, definitely was passed away. I mean, the Rebbe passed away.
No, it says that he's currently. It says it's current.
But I was saying the Rebbe passed away before Kushner bought the building. So if
Yeah.
you're saying,
Yes.
if you're talking about a legal mechanism structure where Kushner set up a separate, I mean, if there's Charles Kushner, the Kushner properties, or their umbrella organizations of various companies, and also like partnerships like Trump or something, it's like, okay, like, we're going to buy a new property and I have a new partner that I'd never worked before. So we're going to set up our own, new LLC with that new partner. So if you're saying that, whatever possibility of how they purchased, how Kushner's companies purchased that building from the witnesses, that they, most likely set up some sort of new corporation, and that corporation purchased that building. That in that corporation structure, they named the president of the corporation that is basically Kushner's money, but the president of the corporation that owns the building is the Rebbe.
I'm gonna look. I don't know if that. Why would they make? Why would Jared Kushner make a new corporation called Watchtower Incorporated to buy the Watchtower building?
Well, I was saying, I mean, you could say that, like, okay, when Jared Kushner bought the building, it cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and there was some random Orthodox Jew who's also Chabad and also really believes in the Rebbe, and they put up, let's say $100 million, and in order that, because Kushner couldn't write the check for the whole thing by himself, so he took on a partner, but his partner is also Chabadster. So when they set up the corporation, because, okay, if they hadn't been doing business before and they didn't have their own corporation from previous business and their new partners in the property, they're going to set up a new corporation. So when they set up the new corporation, they called it, whatever, they're buying the Watchtower. So they called it Watchtower. What do you say they called it?
Watchtower Incorporated. I don't know if
that they're buying the Watchtower from the Jehovah's Witness. So they figure, okay, we'll call our corporation Watchtower Incorporated. And because they're both Chabadsters, and whatever reason, when they were picking how to do it, they're saying, like, let's give the Rebbe an honorary seat on the board. And I don't know if legally there's some way to do it that they legally said, like, no, the Rebbe has a seat on the board of our company. Like, I know a lot of Jews are superstitious like that. I mean, people in the olden days in Europe, and also European royalty in general, but the Jewish model of Chabad in most Hasidus in Europe is that you would give the Rebbe or the rabbi a percentage of your business, and it would actually be expected. Going back in Europe in the Jewish towns where the head rabbi of the town had some sort of like noble royal status, or you could say like mafia type status in the business or something like that. So there is precedence like that is saying, yes, it is possible that, no joking, no shit, Jared Kushner and whoever his Orthodox Jewish investors were superstitious enough that they literally put the Rebbe on their board of directors. Like, no, that wouldn't surprise me.
So you're saying it's not unprecedented?
No, it's not unprecedented at all.
Awesome.
I mean, legally, I don't know how you could, if they could legally, give a director positionship to like someone who's legally considered dead, or if you're saying they named it, like they named it the Schneerson, so I mean, you gotta, but I mean, definitely props on Vince. It's probably something like public thing that would be very researchable, but whether the documents online in New York. A lot of these documents are online, so that's probably something you could log on to like nyc.gov and look through like the building Department of Buildings or deed type things, and there might be a legal document where they would that would be public information, and even the Google search right now would be able to produce it.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. I haven't really started my investigation into that, but I did start some investigation into other things, but I don't know. I don't think I want to say everything because I want to give time, have something to say on other shows. And
but just before you move on,
mm-hmm.
It would not surprise me that he would call it Watchtower Incorporated, put the Rebbe on the board, And he's still going to convert it into luxury combos and try to make as much money off of it as possible and donate like $100,000 to Chabad. Saying just because he put the Rebbe on the board, like, doesn't mean like his intention isn't to convert it into luxury condos and make a bunch of money and then
Right.
donate some money to Chabad. And it's like, even within that, that's pretty normal. That's saying it's not because like he didn't have to put the Rebbe there because he plans on like turning it into a new expanded Chabad headquarters. Like, he could have put the Rebbe there even though he plans on turning it into luxury condos and just making as much money as possible off of dumb goyim.
Maybe, or maybe they're not even linked, because there are spiritual and other kinds of links. Chabad and the Jehovah's Witnesses in downtown have always been very heavily interlinked. They've always, there's always Chabad rabbis going in and out of the Jehovah's Witness Watchtower headquarters. So there was always an in. And they were talking about it, and for a long time, this deal was going on for a long time. So who knows what was going on there.
You said it yourself, I think, on my channel when I interviewed you about you gave your general bio, but it was about Trump, Hindus for Trump. But you're saying that generally, kind of like all witnesses are basically Masons. So it's a Masonic structure. And if you're born into the witnesses, you're kind of born a Mason. And you could look, a lot of these movements are kind of, and you could put things like maybe the Hare Krishnas, maybe Mormons, maybe Jews, is to some extent kind of be like born into Masonry. In that,
Freemasonry is Judaism. It's Kabbalistic Judaism. I mean, I don't even think a lot of Freemasonry has to do with Christ. A lot of it has to do with going back to the Solomon's Temple, right?
But Masonry is just an organizational structure, and saying whether someone could exert power and have greater influence in the organizational structure than other members of it. But I mean, from theoretically just saying that Masonry is it's just like there's a grand architect of the universe, and you could have multiple various schools of deism, morals, and ethics without having to subscribe to a given specific religion. So saying it doesn't matter that Jehovah's Witness, so to say, is false, or Judaism or Mormonism is false, from the perspective is saying okay, you're a Mormon, you're a witness, is kind of just like saying you're a Mason.
In a way, yeah. I mean, it's
even
not
saying
so
like
overt.
You're a Jew, saying oh you're a Mason.
Well, I would exclude Jew from that, because I think that Judaism is actually the hardware of Freemasonry. Like, Freemasonry is a software.
So certainly you could say that then. I mean, so certainly according to you, so if anytime someone told you you're a Jew, you mean like, so you're a Mason.
No,
you could say like, well, of course, if you're a Jew, of course you're a Mason. Like,
I believe
if Judaism's at the center of Masonry, then of course Jews are Masons.
No, you could be no. Freemasonry is based on Judaism, but I mean, it's based on Judaism, and it works for Judaism, but Judaism isn't Freemasonry. You can have Judaism without Freemasonry.
Well, okay, so maybe you just say Orthodox Jews. So this, and if you're not, I would say all Jews from what but certainly from the perspective, if it's like Mormons or Hare Krishnas or witnesses from that structure, Orthodox Jews are basically born Masons, because they have that they're culturally initiated into this greater religious system. And if you don't have to know enough, you don't have to know a bunch about Orthodox Judaism or Jehovah's Witness, if you just say like, well, you're a Mason, right?
Well, they won't tell you that, and maybe they won't even understand what you're talking about. But if you go and especially read Fritz Springmeier, the whole Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, Christian Science, Seventh-day Adventist, even Scientology, Nation of Islam, all the religions that were born here in America are Freemason based. So they're all based in Freemasonry, and Jehovah's Witness is one of them, and by root of Freemasonry, that's why they are so connected to Orthodox Judaism, because Orthodox Judaism, I mean, anywhere you have Freemasonry, you're going to have a disproportionate amount of influence from
I mean, if
Jews.
you want, I'll break it down to you is in a Doovidian interpretation of how the witnesses are in fact Noahide body. In terms of your Masonic structure, yes, the witnesses are in fact Masons, and the Masons are in fact a Judaic Noahide structure, and you as a witness were just a low-ranking Noahide. But from that structure where the witnesses, like, I went to the Bible study, and everything was basically handed down from headquarters. The whole structure, I'm saying, we talked with each other, we were friendly, but the organization of the book we read, the pages that we read, the videos that we watched, the structured conversation was all determined from headquarters, right? There's no variation.
No.
And saying, then besides that, there's a hierarchical structure.
Yes.
Of eventually it's going to be a board of people. And
yes.
If you, I forget the witnesses call them apostles or what, elders.
Elders.
And you're saying, but that board of elders is essentially a Noahide tribunal, and saying and also the Mormons. So if you look at in any of these organizations like the Hare Krishnas that have a GBC, governing body, Masonic Noahide tribunal that in theory has power over the whole membership, and also is directing that, there's one central body that is creating the infrastructure for everything that happens all around the world. And that's essentially a Masonic Noahide structure. And if you were born into it, like as a Jew, it doesn't matter, like, okay, you're a Mormon, you're a Krishna, you're a witness, or it could be your Nichiren, or any of these, even maybe Tibetan or Hasidic group or Orthodox in general, is you say, okay, you're a Mason, and that means you're a Noahide, and you're within this structure of Noahidism, and in all likelihood is as you get higher and higher up in these structures of the Noahide tribunals, you'll see more and more Jewish influence to the peak of the Noahide structure, where it's basically ran by Jews.
Yes, that's
and
what's going.
It's so funny because Christians are like, Judeo-Christian is not a thing, and I'm like, wow. They literally.
I was saying from the Doovidism, and I think Vince is somewhat in agreement, is saying that's historically, that's just Freemasonry. The structure that's been is Freemasonry. Catholics, any of these bodies, like if you say Catholics, Muslims, could fall into these Noahide tribunal structures, where the purpose of Islam in general, or Catholicism, or the witnesses, or any of these bodies, is going to be to administer the Noahide laws in its various forms. And as you go up, if you're just your witness or your Catholic at your local church, and you're like, I thought we hated the Jews, but you didn't know that your directives on high are basically coming from a Noahide tribunal that's largely governed by Jewish influence.
Well, the Vatican is now, I mean, the Vatican's officially signed on and said that the Noahide laws are incumbent, and they used another word. It wasn't mandatory, but it had the same meaning.
But I mean, eventually the Pope will be an official. I mean, if Messiah, so to say, comes in our lifetime, or that process comes, that the Pope will in fact be, a judge on the Noahide tribunal.
Yes.
Don't you think that
would be
possible because of the whole anti-white supremacy for a judge? I mean,
from a pure messianic vision, and I mean, you could be an entropist also, or maybe even Gandalf, and saying like, yes, like there's going to be a grand stage, and all of the biggest figures in humanity are going to be on their knee, and it's going to be me walking down the center to the throne, and then I'm going to wave to the crowd, and they're all going to be kneeling there, and then the Pope is going to put the crown on me, and the Dalai Lama is going to, and all the the various great societal leaders of that. And saying so every demigod, every person could have their version of that ceremony, that their coronation ceremony. But from a Noahide council, yeah, it's going to be Messiah coming, and the Messiah is going to set up the Noahide courts, and all of the leaders of the Goyim are going to be, they say like, yeah, that's Messiah. It was always the God of the Jews, and now we're here to administer the Noahide courts.
Well, yeah, I mean, and the thing is that they don't. The Maimonides, the Temple Institute, the Sanhedrin, that unofficial Sanhedrin over in Israel, they're all on the same page that anyone could be the Messiah. Oh, no, anyone could be the Messiah, but also the Jews themselves can be the Messiah. Meaning, it doesn't need to be any one man. The Jews themselves can come forward and build the temple and set up the Sanhedrin and do all this themselves. They don't need to sit around and wait for some Messiah to arrive. So whenever the Jews are ready to do that, yeah, I mean, the Pope will become a Noahide judge. The Freemason courts will open up. Anyone who's signed on, Muslims that have signed on to it. I mean, eventually all these people, the Druze, have signed on to it. Assad's cousins signed on to it. Lots of people are signing on to it, and they would obviously be the new Noahide committees. As to, I don't know, but with Jehovah's Witness, they.
Well, I mean, it's Masonry. You're talking King Solomon, where yeah, I mean, it's going to be it's going to be the Messiah, King of the Jews in Jerusalem, and all of the world leaders are going to be coming to make pilgrimage and offer sacrifices in the temple of the God of the Jews. And if you're a Jew, it's like yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the shots are going to be called from Jerusalem at our temple.
Yes. Yeah,
I'm saying that's like, why else would I be a Jew? That's my religion. Saying like, if I didn't believe that, I'd be.
The only reason you wanted to do your religion is because of ruling the world from Jerusalem?
I don't want. It just happens to be my religion. I'm not my religion because I want to rule the world from Jerusalem. I'm just saying that is part of
you just said that, hey, well, why do you think I'm a Jew? Sorry, that's just what I was going off of.
Well, I'm saying that's just the message of the prophets.
Okay.
Saying so you could say, okay, that's like the purpose of your religion. And you're saying, well, no, the purpose of my religion is to serve God and be a good person and believe in the prophets, and I believe in the message of the prophets. And yeah, like it's likely that this is kind of how God runs the world, and this is my function in that a bigger equation, and this is how history is going to be unfolded. And from the humble level of a servant who's just here to serve God, like I still do see these Noahide and things coming, but it's not because I'm going to rule the world from Jerusalem one day. Saying like, no, I mean, that's not what I'm saying, God forbid. You're just saying it's going to, there's going to be like the big feast where everyone gets together is going to be at the King of the Jews table in Jerusalem. And like whoever your leader is that's administering the Noahide laws to you is going to be at our feast. And it's probably not going to be the other way around.
Yes, but I don't know. Number one, I don't think Jehovah's Witnesses would attend that feast. Actually, I know for a fact they wouldn't. The thing is, other people who have become Noahides, they would allow them to rule over them because they're not. The only time that they would disobey their laws if they said you can't be a Jehovah's Witness. Then they would let themselves be beheaded. But otherwise, they're not going to internally set up any courts themselves. I mean, the only reason that they would be involved in this system is because someone else is forcing it on them.
Well, you're saying there's a question of what witnesses do in terms of proselytizing. It's also very systematized. Like it's like in terms of like what neighborhoods they go to, and then like even the witnesses that were going to my neighborhood were like switched and they transfer them to different neighborhoods, and they like hours and streets and maps, and even like the verses like that's like sent from headquarters, like the door and what verse they showed you, and the booklets and the questions and the topics they talk about. So it'd be ironic, like even very interesting spiritual topics, like I'm saying, not just like the witnesses. They usually have specific verses that they hit you with, and they have specific spiritual topics, and a lot of them related to various Armageddon, suffering, but that's sent from headquarters, and it's coordinated, I think, where like all the witnesses around the world are using the same verses at doors and mentioning the same spiritual topics, and now with technology are actually showing like the same clips, like the same like graphic clips that are made in headquarters. I remember I went, they even showed like at the my local witness hall, which was almost all African American, but they showed these clips from headquarters about like the movie studios they're making, their new headquarters, and these little clips that they do for educational purposes of teaching people how to proselytize, where they have these hypothetical missionizing scenarios set up in order to teach people how to proselytize. But they actually, were showing the creation of these like movie studios at witness headquarters. And in theory, like, a witness, I guess, could advance and become the person that is, eventually, writing the script that all the witnesses around the world are using.
Well, okay. On that level, yes, they're very corrupt in that they were supposedly anti-UN, but then they.
Well, you can see how they're corruptible, because like if headquarters, like, okay, if they're relatively pretty strict according to their own Christian tenets of biblical belief, but at the same time, because even though they're somewhat ran locally, like they don't necessarily have like an authoritarian top-down structure. They have local governance, but in terms of like what verses they're doing, what they're preaching, that you could imagine that if the elite was corrupted and they wanted to affect some sort of societal or political thing, they could just change the messaging and the booklets, and all of a sudden like the booklets around the world that everyone's distributing are going to include like this hidden propaganda.
Well, yeah, that's what they would do. Is what would probably happen is that through Freemasonry, somehow in a way that it fit, I guess they would try to Noahidize the religion, or they would just make sure that they didn't interfere or cause any problems, or there was no conflict. I mean, they would do something in such a way, they would make them react properly in the way that the Jews want them to react. You know what I mean? They might not come in and change all the propaganda in the books to say, well, now you got to start setting up Noahide courts and you got to start reading from the Talmud. And I mean, I think that would go a little bit. I think that would probably be too alarming. And I think that there would be too many defections. But I could see them saying, well, this is how we want them to be thinking on this issue, and we don't want any kind of problems with them. So let's, they're corruptible that way. They're definitely corruptible.
I think I told it on Week in Review, the famous Brisker set, which was a town in Europe, and they were the most famous for taking the religious to the most extreme literal level, even if it meant severe austerities or the sacrifice of their life. And the joke that represents it is at the end of the war, the Russians are coming into the camps and about to liberate the camps, and the Germans get the order to kill the prisoners, kill the Jews, and the German soldier tells the Jew to say your prayers before he kills them. And the Jew says the special mantra that you say before sacrificing your life for Judaism. And just then, the Russian soldier, comes in and kills the German soldier and yells like, "Jew, you're free! You're free! You're saved!" And the Jew, because he had already said the special mantra, and like after you say a mantra, you're not supposed to speak or do anything between the saying of the mantra and the fulfillment of what the mantra was for. And because he had already said the mantra for sacrificing his life, he was all upset at the Russian soldier, because now he would not be he would have to go against the strictness of these rules of how you recite the mantra. That at this point, since he recited that mantra, it would be better for him to die than to go on living having already recited the mantra, or something in that case. But if you're saying the witnesses are also going to be like that, like, Messiah comes, like everything's good, the temple's built, like there's no more death, and the whole world's at peace, and the witnesses are still going to be like, no, 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 like I'm still waiting for Armageddon, like we're still all going to die.
No, yeah, and they would probably, I mean, if it got to that point, nobody, look, when the Messianic
It's like, no, it's
age-
heaven here on earth. Like, what are you guys so upset
Well, but
about?
that's
And
if
the witnesses
the
are like, no, it's not heaven here on earth. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, Armageddon says so.
Well, yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem with telling these people that they're going to be Noahites, because if the Messianic era ever comes, they're not going to let Jehovah's Witnesses go out in the streets spreading propaganda that the Messiah is not real. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, but saying the witnesses are going to fall under the Rebbe, where it's saying like the Vince is going to, like, all of a sudden you'd be at Kingdom Hall, and it's like, oh my God, it was the Rebbe the whole time. Like, oh my God, how did I miss it?
Yeah, well, it does seem that way. That would be very freaky. I mean, that would freak me
Maybe
fuck
come down
out.
from headquarters.
Yeah,
Like
I wouldn't.
the tribunal, like you're just going to be going to your Kingdom Hall for your regular Bible study, and then like a special announcement from headquarters, and like the tribunal has ruled that the Rebbe is officially Messiah, and we are now going to be administering the Noahide laws. Rule number 1.
No, but well, I mean,
That's dishonest and not benevolent. It's dishonest and not benevolent to do that to those people.
yeah,
But
I
I
mean,
think that's what, but saying like, yeah, I mean that's, you could see that within the structure of the witnesses and the Noahidism that Vince is warning about, or even within Hinduism, they're just saying like, now you will worship the Rebbe and the Rebbe only.
well, that's what they want. I mean, that's what they're trying to get to.
You think
but-
people will go for that, Doovid?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, not obviously that's not, but my vision of the Rebbe is like, no, the Rebbe is not like an idol. That's the Rebbe. You're saying like, no, the Rebbe is teaching you that, like, it's the God of the Jews. The Rebbe is just the messenger that's telling you that the message. And when you realize it's the God of the Jews, your dissonance will be released, and you'll have be able to self-actualize. And so like, as a follower of the Rebbe, you're saying it's not about me lifting up the Rebbe or myself or my people. It's for your benefit and your self-actualization. When you realize the truth, even you as as Goyim, you as you're not even Jews, you're just Goyim. But even you Goyim, when you realize the power of the Rebbe, will be able to self-actualize and be better Goyim, and create this better world, and they'll be better for all of us.
But I don't
excited about being better Goyim under the lessons of the Rebbe.
The things are, I mean, these things are possible. I mean, I think more what it's gonna be a mix between changing the religions from the inside so that they more easily fit the Noahide laws and there's less tension. To the other thing is just telling them that they're okay, there's no conflict, until the point in time where they have enough power. I mean, the rabbi said if you can force them. If you can't, use pleasantry and kindness to do it. So I think that, I don't think it's going to be like, I don't think that one day the Jehovah's Witness is like an animal farm. It's going to be like, now some are more equal than others and we worship the rabbi. I would think that they would just kind of lead the Jehovah's Witnesses on and other people on to the point that they were weakened. And then when the Jews had enough power with enough converts, enough people went their way, enough politicians went their way, then they would just come in and say, okay, like, no, this isn't acceptable. We now have the power to force you.
We don't have to do this online, but saying like, I've had hundreds of hours of talks with the witnesses, and like I always say, like, I'm the guy who gets the witnesses to say like, enough talking about the Bible. Let's talk about something else. Saying like witnesses, like saying like, I like them. I like talking seriously about the Bible and these various things. And like when Adam Green, I had the 846 gematria, and it was that verse, Genesis 2:17, about the tree of life and the snake. And like I had the witness, talking about Kushner and naming the Rebbe on the property. But it is interesting in saying that the Jehovah's Witness has a very interesting structure, and hypothetically, not just the Rebbe being declared Noahidism, where you could imagine from any type of a spiritual movement that you're saying like, no, I will be ruled king of the world, Messiah, God of the world, and the leaders of all these organizations. And it's kind of like Maimonides is saying, like, no, I mean, we're not going to destroy the world. These Noahide these structures that are kind of sinful, but somewhat Noahide in possibility, when Messiah comes, Messiah will just have to tweak it a little bit. And then these various tribunals, which could include like Hindus and all these things, will just have to be tweaked a little bit to be a Messiah, and you could have a Doovidistic kind of a multicultural, multiple truth version where it's going to be like, no, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, your leader might come to Jerusalem once a year and party at the temple, but no, I mean, it's basically going to be you living in your part of the world in compliance with the Noahide laws, but according to you and your people, or your various method of the service of our mutual creator.
Well, that's exactly what I need to write this.
You're not going to have to set up a picture of the Rebbe in every Jehovah's Witness house.
Well, this is exactly, I need to write about this. The unofficial Sanhedrin over in Israel created the 70 nations. So the 70 nations they're trying to replace the United Nations, and they are trying to create a world Noahide court. But when you read their propaganda about creating these 70 nations, the idea is, yes, you get a representative. The 70 nations represents the 70 tribes that came out of Noah. And I mean, they're not saying that there's exactly 70 ethnicities or 70 tribes or 70.
I told Adam Green, civic nationalism. Asov could be a civic nationalist movement, and you could say that really it's these Noahide tribunals. It's not going to be like 70 ethnicities in the Germans and the Greeks. It's going to be these tribunals like the witnesses and the Krishnas and
no. But yeah, no. The thing is that the Sanhedrin makes it very clear that their vision of the world.
I was saying you could see that they could all be civic nationalist movements. They don't have.
Well, yeah, but the thing, right? That what they're saying is that. They're trying to come out, the Sanhedrin, and they're trying to come out as against the New World Order, which they say is cultural mixing and globalism and all this other kind of stuff. The Sanhedrin's getting on the bandwagon and is getting ahead of the bandwagon and they're going around saying like, look, no, what Judaism wants is we want all the different races. We want all the different cultures. We want all the different religions, but we just want you to be Noahide compliant. And so, yeah, what they're going, I'm sure that the ultimate goal is for everyone just to call themselves Noahide, but I'm sure that in the future we're going to hear Hindu Noahide, Christian Noahide, Buddhist Noahide. You know what I mean? Like it's a halfway point in between. And they're definitely.
Were you familiar with that gathering of? I think it was at Assisi with Pope John Paul II. It was the biggest interfaith gathering. I think I played on Week in Review. Like they had like, snake charmers but they had like thousands of people from these various religions, and they couldn't do it at the Vatican because they didn't want idol worshippers, and so they did it like a monastery in Assisi or something. I think in maybe it was in the 80s. It was controversial, but he's saying like, yeah, Messiah is going to be something like that. We're saying that's Freemasonry in its origins, where King Solomon secretly met with the leaders of the Goyim in the chamber under the temple, and even the biblical theory in the holiday of Sukkah, all of the world leaders made pilgrimage to Jerusalem and offered sacrifices in King Solomon's temple. And from a messianic vision, there's
evidence, please.
Well, I think there's a lot of leeway to say, like, yes, like your leader will come to Jerusalem and offer a sacrifice, but it doesn't mean like you got to be slaves to the Jews. It just means like that your leader is going to come once a year and offer a sacrifice in Jerusalem, and you're going to be Noahide compliant. But within that, there's a lot of leeway.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of leeway. I mean. it is very restricting. The thing is that you can have a kind of an exterior or an aesthetic of another religion. You can have a Christian aesthetic or a Hindu aesthetic. You can have that, but the ideology that you can preach, who God is, the type of God it is, its name. I mean, all these different kinds of things are all going to be eventually very regulated. I mean, I think they're going to introduce it slowly, but I mean, it's eventually all going to be, really regulated.
Well, is that okay? Like in the Kingdom Hall, next, all of a sudden, like, the TV, and it's like, oh, in King Solomon's Temple, the construction is going so nicely. And our leader,
no, they would never say that.
Elder, here's our elder, bringing a sacrifice to King Solomon's Temple.
No.
The same way
Well,
that
unless
you
they
could
had
build your way up in the church. One day, too, you could build your way in the church, and you could make a sacrifice in King Solomon's Temple.
They would need to be very corrupted to get to that point, because I know for a fact under their current structure, they would never do anything
But I
like
think because
that.
King Solomon's Temple right now, there's a mosque there, and there's hordes of
Yes.
Muslims that are against even the concept. But if King Solomon's Temple became a reality, and then you're saying like, yes, all of these movements, the movements that survive, are going to be the movements where the leaders pay homage to
Yes.
King Solomon's Temple and bring a sacrifice. So within that, there's a lot of leeway in saying yes, like the Arya Samaj or all of these movements, that if they're somehow deemed to be Noahide compliant and their leader makes annual pilgrimage to the God of the Jews and offers us a sacrifice, that will be sufficient.
Yeah, I don't see why that would be all that. That's what they're looking
Whereas
for.
they're like, no, like you're gonna go full Adam Green. It's like, no, like everyone's gonna have to be your slave and worship the Rebbe. So like, no, you just gotta bring one sacrifice to Jerusalem a year, from your leader.
Well, I mean, no, there's going to be element of force. There's going to be an element of coercion. There's going to be an element of tyranny in it. I do agree that probably most of the people that are speaking out against this probably are a little bit too sharp with it. I don't think that the beheadings are going to start tomorrow. Jen, I know I actually was only going to talk about one topic because I didn't want to eat up your whole show. So are we okay? Do you want to stop? 5 more minutes?
I want to know whether Rajarshi was weighing in on your commentary from Arya Samaj.
I can't remember. Why? What's his opinion about it?
Seems to be a bit rebellious.
You
In
might
what
as well bring up that Rath-Yatha article about India and the COVID social distancing Rath-Yatha before Vincent goes. Because, I mean, I know you're familiar with Rath-Yatha, right? Lord Jagannath Puri and Rath-Yatha?
No.
Vince?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I just
can you bring up
find
that
it.
article, Jennifer? So, I mean, I don't know if you were following. The Supreme Court of India tried to, or maybe it was changed, but the government tried to shut down Rath-Yatha because of COVID-19, and it reached all the way. It was canceled. They were not going to allow it to happen. It was like a day before the date where it's supposed to happen. Thousands of years, Rath-Yatha every year is it's one of the bigger events in India every year. It's not the biggest Hindu event, but Rath-Yatha is probably in the top 10 Jagannath Puri Hindu festivals of the year. And so they tried to cancel it, and then eventually the court said that they could do the festival with the deities with a maximum of 1,500 people per chariot. And usually, you have millions of people and thousands, tens of thousands of people, will be pulling the chariot. And, ISKCON runs these festivals throughout the year all over the world. But, the famous Jagannath Puri, where in theory the deity, comes from, and the festival goes back possibly, to Alexander the Great, and use the word juggernaut in Greek. That was possibly the Rath-Yatha festival is what that even Alexander the Great had witnessed that was going to be stopped for the first time this year. And then they reached an agreement that they would allow it with 1,500 people pulling each chariot with social distancing and COVID precautions and testing the pujaris and all that. And I guess it's like it's a multi-day festival where they put the deities on a chariot and they take it to another temple, and then a week later they bring the deities back. So I think they already brought the deities to the first temple in this unprecedented social distancing celebration. I don't know, Vince, if you've been following stuff like that.
No, I have not been. I didn't follow that.
This reached already the Supreme Court and Narendra Modi. This was one of this was it did reach the highest levels of Indian government, and it was going to be canceled till the last day, until there was like, fine, you could do it with 1,500 people maximum per chariot.
No, I didn't. Jen, I don't necessarily have to go. You were asking me about what Rajarshi.
Yeah, I don't mind, Jen. Like, I could even take a break and I got a whole bunch of medicine. You got Gandalf. I mean, just we can review. Me and Jennifer have actually quite a bit of interesting science stuff to cover. We could do that later after Gandalf goes, or Gandalf might be interested enough. So I could even take a break and let you guys talk, or you guys could direct the conversation, or I'm willing to basically defer to Jennifer, being it's her channel, even though it's Week in Review of Doooovid.
And we're happy to have you, but we are coming up on the 2-hour mark, so why don't you go ahead and have that break, and I'll chit chat with the guys. Yeah, so far so good. I think the convo has been super fascinating, and yeah, Vincent, in this case, I don't think you were like disrespecting the show or anything, and I appreciate you asking, like, because yeah, like sometimes the topics digress.
If I got mad 2 weeks ago just before I stand up and say I just unplugged my mic, it was post Adam Green, I had kind of wanted like to direct the show in a way that would have intentionally kind of like risen Jennifer's subscriber count. And so, first, God forbid the karma, that's when her internet went down. And then Vince came on, and Vince was kind of just doing like, I thought it was like a low energy kind of like talking point. And like, I didn't have as like, Vince, like this, like we're trying to promote her channel as opposed, I'm just on the Adam Green show, and like, try to say your stuff in a way that's going to, benefit the channel or get the viewer count up. So if I was in that manner, that was the reason I was acting that way, and it was specific to that being the post Adam Green show, and like your commentary didn't seem to be facilitating what I was trying to use that Week in Review partially for.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, I didn't. We hadn't spoke about it beforehand, and I didn't really have a couth way in the middle to be like, Vince, I'm trying to get more subscribers for the channel. Sorry to be a jerk.
Okay, that's fine.
Isn't that nice?
So yeah, actually, I mean, that was the thing that you asked me about Rajarshi. So that's what I kind of, there were a few things going on. I was just going to bring up the one, because I didn't want to take up 2 hours of your, no, I didn't take up 2 hours of your show. What did I take up, an hour?
Don't even worry about it. We're fine to have people come on the show for a long time. It's just that we wanted to have a certain format. So we're trying to keep it off like the stalemates or the like, I don't know. It's hard to put it into words exactly, but it's been great, and more than welcome to stick around.
So, well, the thing that I will bring up this week, we can talk about the Indian Illuminati thing. Did you see my new article on that?
Yeah, I did.
The whole, like the one where I condensed everything. Because before on my other Bruno blog, I had it was in 7 parts. And it was just a mess, and it was everywhere. Because see, this was such a weird. This is. I was like, let me save this for another. You want to hear about the Indian Illuminati, or do you want to hear about the George Floyd stuff? Hello?
Hey, yeah. Why don't we talk about the George Floyd stuff?
Okay, so
real quick, Vincent, can you drop the link to that article, because I want to make sure I read it and ask before I forget.
Because I'm interested
Yeah,
in
hold
your
on. Let me get it. Let me just get it. Okay. Let me just get it. Yeah, we could talk about that next time, just so that we have something to.
Spice up all this dead air with? Yeah, I know multitasking.
Yeah, I mean, and having.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. I'll get it in a second. But here it is. So yeah, I'll just get this, and yeah, the Indian Illuminati. We'll talk about that. Maybe we could talk about that later. But actually, can you send me a message on Facebook so to remind me to send it to you, Gandalf? Hello?
He's muted right now.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll send it to him soon. So yeah, George Floyd, what's going on with that? I've found in 3 articles and 2 articles in 1 video, I'm starting to pick up this undertone of Hasidic Jewry trying to infiltrate the George Floyd protests with Noahide laws. So the first was this Jewish guy out in Brooklyn Heights or Crown Heights. And, I've been seeing a lot of Hasidics and other Jews going out, like Jews for Black Lives Matter and all this other kind of stuff. And, this guy started this group or movement or something where it was like uniting the Jews and Black Lives Matter and in the streets because of George Floyd. And this Jew, I mean, it's scary. I mean, everything that's, first of all, he said what he said was that these protests that are going on in the street are like basically the prelude to Noahide courts. And like, even if there weren't looting and rioting and beating people up going on in the street, the street is no place to call for a court. So on all 3 of these, I spoke to Doooovid, and so I sent it to Doooovid. I'm like, well, what about this? And he's like, well, it depends on what your definition. I mean, he was basically fine with it, and Doooovid seemed to be fine with using Black Lives Matters to set up tribunals. I mean, this is obviously not something that this one Jew is thinking by himself. The other thing is that, so on one side, they're infiltrating with this, like, well, let's use the George Floyd protests to set up Noahide courts. On the other, I found another Orthodox Jew who was saying that, the violence in the street that's going on is a problem, and that, the solution would be Noahide law. So, then they have the other side of it where they're saying, well, we need Noahide law in order to protect everyone. And then a third Orthodox Jew came in with the other angle of this, and that's this Jewish racism, because in the Talmud, blacks are said to be cursed. Their skin is black because they are cursed. Ham sodomized Noah. So Ham's skin was made black, and all of his descendants' skin was made black. And so basically what this rabbi was saying was that blacks represent the most physical and animalistic energy, and that they were slaves and they are where they are because of this genetic curse. But he's saying that, Jews and Noahides have an obligation to lift them up and to basically, Noahidize them. And I mean, he was just getting really crazy about it. He said that this is actually, Jews and Noahide should be happy about this because, like, basically the lowest evolved strata of humanity are being Noahidized, and that's like a symbol of the coming of the Messianic age. So
it's basically racist liberalism, the religion.
I don't know what to call it. It's
That's what I would call it. I guess it's sort of like makes sense, right? Because like problem, reaction, solution model. It's like, oh, here's this problem. We need these courts. Okay, here we go. Now we have the courts and everything's fixed. I'm surprised that they're actually coming out and saying something so inflammatory. I hope it doesn't get the channel in trouble. That is not the views of this channel. And convincing either, I'm sure. But it is important to, I suppose, study these things. Where exactly did this one about the black souls thing come from?
It was a video. It was a video. It was a video from this. Yeah, it was a rabbi. It's it's a rabbi.
Like
He
a
has a Torah.
random rabbi, or like a huge video with tons of views?
It was a random rabbi. I mean, he does other Torah studies, but I mean, he's a rabbi that preaches to Noahites, so he has a Noahide congregation somewhere, and he he has a Noahide congregation. So so that's what I was coming on to report on you. And I mean, I have the Indian Illuminati, and what else did I have to talk about? I had something else, but I can't remember now. But I mean, I don't know if what Gandalf has to say or what he's coming on for. I mean, if there's nothing else to talk about, I could talk about the Indian Illuminati, but otherwise I can save it for next week.
Well, let's talk to Gandalf for a bit and see what he's been up to if he's here.
Yeah, I'm here. I just have had for the last week or two, I think I had a virus on my computer. I had trouble booting it for days in safe mode. So it's just sort of like I've been dealing with that problem. It sort of derailed me a little bit. The real Corona Chan is Gandalf not being able to get on his computer, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, that's just a bad joke. Yeah, well, one question I had for you, just because I'm looking at the latest design, is tell me why you updated the artwork for the quantum periodic table, and what are some either scientific or pedagogical reasons for doing so?
Oh, thanks. Appreciate the question. I'll switch over to the internet share where I can do a full screen of it. I liked my old version of it for a while, but it was bothering me in the sense of the contrast wasn't high enough. I think that was the main motivation. Just trying to pull this up here. All right. So you guys can't see it, but I've got it loaded up on the screen now. So that was the main reason. And I also just wanted the challenge of building a bigger model, because that one is maybe like, can you tell how big it is just by looking at the diagram? Or is it?
Yeah,
like...
I could see it's quite a bit bigger, and I'm immediately thinking back to all of my I guess Niels Bohr type models of the different kind of molecules, whether we're talking about the halogens on the left or the diatomic molecules on the right, going all the way to the noble gases. And so I'm just thinking, okay, could this explain why carbon molecules form, diatomic or six-sided organic molecular structures? I mean, it's just my first thought as soon as I saw it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So are you familiar with the 2D periodic table?
Yeah, I'm familiar. The Mendeleev table. Yeah.
So you're aware that there's noble gases at the end?
Yeah, at the not the east, the far right side. Yeah, those are supposedly inert because they have.
We be going to the far east today. Yeah, so you understand that it's like octet rule, and basically they know that there's a pattern of stability that occurs in a periodic manner, and it's embodied or demonstrated by the existence of these noble gases.
Yes.
So you have to change your perspective to see the noble gases as in the center. Well, they're the yellow ones.
Oh, okay.
So once that is filled, then you have a noble gas. And it's like a I don't know how you would describe it, a three-dimensional parabola. Sorry, I haven't actually figured out the exact mathematical formula for it, because I would need to go in and do actual physical experiments to be able to estimate those sizes. But can you see what I mean? How there's like a general, I don't want to call it a spiral pattern, but like from one end to the other on the yellows, that how would you describe that? As a twirl, or?
What's that? It's kind of, there's it starts with a T. there is a kind of physics that describes that. I'm forgetting what it's called. Because I'm at the limits of my knowledge here. I just know a few intelligent questions to ask.
Could it be a twist?
A twist,
Well,
but it's a
the thing you have to
It's like-
understand is like we're in novel territory, so like I don't want to say nobody could ever be right at this, but nobody's going to be as good as we're going to be in the future at it, and we're probably not going to be wrong either because there's a certain simplicity to it. But yeah, you're basically understanding things as like every other circle or sphere, sorry, that's not yellow is seeking to emulate a yellow state because there's a maximum entropy state. The noble gases, that is. Do you agree with that idea that, or do you want me to go into that a little bit more? Because I don't want to get to the eyes glazed over point. And I know Vincent was able to follow my model for the planet. And so I want him to enjoy this as well and not get bored or.
No, well, actually, I was sorry. I mean, I was going in and out. I was doing something, so I kind of don't. I know a little bit about what you're talking about, but not exactly. I wasn't listening the whole time. But you can just keep talking. I'm gonna listen to what I can.
Maybe look at the picture on the
Chama?
video.
Yeah, I'll have some.
You have the actual video loaded because it might help you to actually look at the image while we're doing it, because right now the audience can see the image. So yeah, basically every single state is trying to reach the yellow state, you know.
Yeah, I'm here. I can understand that. But go through your explanation anyway, just because, you know, I think I understand it more by intuition than by mechanics.
You have to understand the mechanics, man. You got to marry your intuition up with the mechanics. That's the whole method.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm
But the idea,
excited for this nerding out.
do you understand that entropy increases spontaneously? So entropy wants to increase. So there's like a will, a universal will kind of thing of entropy wanting to increase. Hello?
Yes, it seems to be the case. I mean, yeah,
So the way that that manifests,
because
in
entropy. Mhm.
the way that that law manifests in this diagram, we call it like the will of entropy. The way the will of entropy manifests on this scale is that all the non-yellow states are, you could almost call it a magnetic attraction towards the yellow state. So it's always, no matter what you have, it's going to be reconfiguring itself such that the difference between its waveform and the yellow, whatever particular configuration of yellow waveforms is available at the closest proximity, is minimized. So basically, it's trying to look like the yellow state, even though it's not in the yellow state. The entropy is saying, well, there's this super low energy, or this is a super desirable state over here, the super stable state, because stability kind of goes hand in hand with unchangingness. And once the system is unchanging, you can say that it's at its maximum entropy state. So yeah, basically it's a new way
Yeah, that makes total sense.
What happens is that every time you do a chemistry equation, you have to incorporate the entire periodic table. Because, like, can you see that there it has slices in it? Like, how many slices does that have?
Let me see. I'm going to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 coming from left to right to the center of the ball. And
Okay,
I'm
'cause I
guessing
only-
1, 2,
I only
3.
count 7. There's only 7 because it's like you're looking at a 3-dimensional object and subdividing it into 7 columns.
Oh, well, I counted the middle. So that's why I got it wrong.
There's
I think.
7 3-dimensional columns. So if you start from the middle, you have 1 in the middle, then you have 2 on either side of it, each of which have 8 sets of 2. And then you go out 1 more and you have 9, and you go out 1 more and you have 16. That's counting from the inside. But if you count from left to right, it would be like 16, 9, 8. Or sorry. 4, 1, 4, 9, 16. Can you?
Oh, so they grow exponentially.
They don't grow exponentially.
Yeah,
It's not. There's no like. I don't know what you would call the type of growth that it is, but if you start counting from the middle, you get 1, 4, 4, 9, 9, 16, 16. But if you start counting left to right, you get 16, 9, 4, 1. I'm just trying to make sure you're seeing the same shape that I'm seeing, because you have to divide it up into those 7 slices. And then you take those slices and then you reconfigure them to match the number of electrons in whatever bond you have. And then whichever one of those congregations matches maximum entropy state, which you have to calculate geometrically, that's going to be the most favored transition. So it predicts chemical reactions with greater precision, as well as chemical arrays, which Gandalf has already seen with my explanation of the water molecule. And I think you had asked about carbon. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd asked about carbon in the side chat and why it forms 6-sided bonds and always seeks, like, for instance, with hydrogen and oxygen, all these diatomic diatomic molecules on the right side of the periodic table.
It's 4-sided, not 6-sided.
Oh, 4-sided. Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's very
I was wrong about that.
unique in the sense that it can form long chains. That's what's usually stated as the most unusual thing about carbon. You're specifically asking why it forms a diatomic molecule. That appears to not be an attribute of carbon, but an attribute of just fundamental dualism. Because you guys, it's not just carbon that has a propensity for diatomic molecules, right? So what distinguishes carbon is actually its ability to form long, stable chains. So we have to ask ourselves, well, what is the source basically of carbon stability, wherein if we compare other types of species, we get nowhere near the same stability. We get, like Gandalf says, this diatomism, as well as like way tinier compounds. But carbon, for some reason, just seems to go on and on forever. And if you look at a normal periodic table, a 2-dimensional one, not that mine is abnormal, but if you look at the 2D one, it's a bit easier to see that carbon is equidistant from from helium and, neon. So it's the same distance from 2 max entropy states. So there's like a tug of war between 2 max entropy states. Does that make sense?
Yes, and maybe so from the point of view of entropy, why does, under conditions of at least hot fusion, we don't know about cold fusion, though I would have a wet dream over actually building a cold fusion reactor. It would be like one of my little nerd projects if I had the power and the money to do it. Why does helium why do 2 hydrogen molecules combine together under fusion create helium like they do in the sun?
How does fusion happen?
How does fusion happen from the point of view of the quantum periodic table? Because I'm thinking about the equidistance between helium and neon.
You have to learn to think in the quantum scale. So the quantum scale is like dots within a black. Yeah. That's kind of how I look at it. Maybe not dots, maybe trait. What's the word in English for trait? Like a hyphen, like little tiny bars. So there's like only the thing is that there's only so many states, right? Like something that's in the hydrogen state is adjacent to the helium state, which is adjacent to the lithium state. But other than that, there's no other states. So you can have like a bajillion, hydrogen atoms. Right? There's no exclusion on that. The question is, how are we able to go from hydrogen atoms in a high density situation and end up with helium?
Okay. That's a better way to frame the question.
The answer is actually a little bit complicated, but I will attempt to give an all right explanation. It's basically because of the Heisenberg energy time canonical conjugation. So when you have very short times between 2 different quantum states being in the same quantum state, okay, because these are fermions, right?
Yeah.
Fermions are quantum state excluded, meaning that there's only room for 1 per quantum state. You can't put two fermions in the same quantum state. That's like definitional. So there's a fine grainedness to it. But you can deal with like near infinity numbers of individual atoms, quote unquote, but there's a fine grainedness to it. So there's like no intermediary state between hydrogen and helium. And things will always tend to their nearest available state. It's just a question of what's happening in a transition is that the nearest available max entropy state is being shifted to something else by the state variables. And what's happening in the sun is you have this high density thing. So you've got these, are you still following me?
Yeah, I'm still following you. Yeah.
High density, like you think of it as like a soup of hydrogen. Okay. And these hydrogens are oscillating, they're vibrating. And they're vibrating through a quantum phase array. And if the amount of time between two of them being in the same exact quantum state is small enough, you trigger the uncertainty principle, which states that there's an upper limit on the product of uncertainty in time and uncertainty in energy. Because having them be, can you kind of visualize it as like a boxcar roller coaster?
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it.
Basically,
yeah.
It takes a while to really get your head around the uncertainty principle, so you just have to sort of memorize it. But basically, there's an upper limit on the product of certain variables, and one of those variables is delta T. And delta T in this case is delta T between the energetic center of the quantum waveform of the hydrogen being in the same quantum state relative to another one. And we know that this can happen because they're so darn close and they're so hot that they're moving really fast. So it's a statistical question. When's that going to happen? Oh, we do know that it happened because delta E got big enough to force a state transition between these two hydrogens, and pow, wow, bam, boom, you got a helium out of it. Under that particular circumstance, it was actually releasing stress, which was brought about by this quantum state exclusion principle. Therefore, it was not a violation of the law of entropy. It was just that the state variables changed what the max entropy state was. I hope that
okay.
I understand that out of all the concepts I have, that's probably one of the hardest is the delta E, delta T canonical conjugation. That's why I suggest people should start with delta X, delta P, or momentum, and really understand that idea. And then energy time, you don't really need to fully understand it because energy and time are like transcendent variables that you can like always seem to know more about. So you're never really going to get to the end of understanding them per se. But I think position and momentum are far more intuitive. And it's just sort of transposing that law onto another set of canonically conjugate variables. Sorry, guys. I wish I could make the universe simpler, but I got it as simple as I possibly could. But
no, that's a really compelling explanation. I'm kind of just lost in it, but in a good way. Like I'm just like, and I'm loving it. Like I enjoy this stuff. I mean, it's not my area of specialty, but it's not an area where I'm totally ignorant in either.
Well, the truth is you could probably learn a good chunk of it in a short amount of time, and you would be like the de facto world expert for so long as nobody else learned it. But it's the kind of thing where you can kind of teach yourself, but not really, because there's always going to be stuff that isn't self-evident. But once it's out there, it'll be out there and people will just do it. But I haven't actually gone through a public study session yet.
Well, I don't know. Like, we've had a couple of these scientific conversations. We were on that long stream with OV a couple weeks ago, and we were talking about ocean acidification being the biggest risk of putting too many carbon gases in the atmosphere because they get reabsorbed in the ocean as carbonic acid and like melt down the coral reefs, pretty much, for lack of a better term. And, you know, one thing I would love to do with you if I get a little more knowledge in how this works, and I wish I had like an erector set of your quantum periodic table. Like maybe I need to buy an erector set and build it and play with it. Like that'll be like one way I could learn it better. I'm thinking out my ass right now to like kind of teach myself how to be both more intuitive and more mechanical with it and marry those two together much more closely. So I think I'm actually going to do that. I think I'm going to buy an erector set and try and build your quantum periodic table with it.
That would be amazing. I have so much fun. I had so much fun with that model
Yeah,
there.
good for you. get that creative spirit out there. Produce something with your own hands, something productive.
I don't know. I'm just so in love. I'm so in love with this explanation. Like this is like this is a knowledge gasm. It's like an orgasm for me. Like I just love this stuff. Like a quick question, because the whole fusion thing and fission thing. Like I was in another debate with somebody else the other day about on the phone, actually, not on the normie book or anything like that, on why I'm just not a fan of nuclear fission, and we need to get toward fusion, and we need to get toward cold fusion. Is there a way to get toward cold fusion if we have a proper understanding of the quantum periodic table and how we can get that phase transition under a certain kind of density where we can move hydrogen into helium without needing to use so much heat up front?
I've just got the periodic table on the screen now. I thought if people wanted to see it. There you go. That's just thought I'd show that. Regarding cold fusion, haven't really looked into it. More concerned with the problems that can be resolved rather than something that may or may not be possible. But it's
Yeah,
funny. Like, what's the point of cold fusion exactly? Like, why do we want this technology again?
Well, so it can produce electric power without needing to use fossil fuels or uranium. I mean, it would kind of be a wet dream to produce electricity that easily, and it's one option I've always sort of wondered about a lot. But I don't have the technical wherewithal to be able to evaluate it. Plus, the fact the scientific establishment treated Fleischmann pond so terribly, there wasn't repeats of those experiments, which has always angered me.
I'll think about it. I had an idea for like a human-powered electrical plant, like smaller scale, basically rotating a giant magnet through technology.
That seems cool. It seems a lot better than people riding exercise bikes to light up a bunch of light bulbs.
Well, we could make like a giant human machine that people like these super hulky guys would go in and be like on the machine, and that would be a funny subculture. That was more where my mind was at with regards to that stuff. I was just thinking, like, I'm just hoping it wouldn't create any electromagnetic discharge. That's one thing I want to study is like the possible health effects of electromagnetic discharge, like stuff like that. I'm not so much concerned with like generating a lot of electricity because it feels like we already generate quite a bit. I would like to see it scaled back just in the interest of air purity and stuff like that. Like, so I'm sort of approaching it from a spiritual perspective of like convincing people that a simpler lifestyle is you're actually happier that way. But yeah, now I got to go to the other end of it to solve this cold fusion problem. I'm just not even sure what the question is getting fusion energy at sustainable temperatures. Is that basically it?
Much lower temperatures.
Yeah, I don't see it happening because the cauldron that creates it, I don't think we can recreate that on Earth. Because it happens on the sun.
It seems unlikely.
Yeah, I think it is really unlikely. Like, it seems too dangerous at the end of the day. Because you'd have to create a hyperdense state, and we can't spontaneously create a hyperdense state here. The only way we could possibly get close to it would be to dig down, and then you wouldn't have cold fusion anymore. You'd be back to hot fusion. But cold fusion is technically how our planet was formed. So it is possible to have a fusion, but even then it's not really a fusion event. It's more of a fission event. So it may just
wait. How would that be a fission event?
Because matter from one region is going to another region away from the region from whence it came, and that's what essentially what fission is the loss of something from the center of the atom outwards. So we're like
the loss of neutrons that bombard other neutrons in other atoms that cause more breakups. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Well, there's essentially fission
Okay.
and fusion, right? And we can access fission, and fusion has kind of been this holy grail. And I'm not even sure that there is a mechanism for cold fusion. And my system can explain why fusion happens on the sun, and then it would just be a matter of recreating those. You'd need to small enough delta T to create delta E, but it would be a massive transition you'd be looking at, which would be hard to harness because it'd be so explosive. So I doubt it'll work. I think it's just going to be a matter of mastering less environmentally deleterious and more engaging technology. Like, my idea about the man-made machine that would be a bunch of guys walking in a circle slowly to make a gigantic magnet rotate super fast to create electrical current. I mean, what's wrong with that? Maybe you could oil up their muscles. Who would say no to that?
Well, it could be that we could create a cult around it.
I don't
The
really
magnet.
know about a cult. I mean, they would probably want to be part of some sort of religion that was more than just rotating a magnet underground. But maybe, I've seen weirder cults. Did you catch the Ed Dutton article about the cult of BLM?
that's why
I
I
heard,
wanted-
I saw it
I was waiting for you
video.
guys to sputter out, but yeah, I was about to bring that up.
Go ahead, Doovid.
Well, whatever your conversation was, I guess it was like, Gandalf just asking you questions about entropism or various topics. But whenever you guys were done with that, I was thinking it'd be interesting to talk about Dutton Spencer's take on Black Lives Matters as a Christian revival movement, and I had my take on it. I mean, I could give that first, or if you want to give yours, or Gandalf, or if you had like concluding marks on your questions on entropism.
I'm probably better if I don't go first because I had something, but it slipped my mind. So now I'm trying to find the actual link so I can load it up on the screen.
I have a question, but
Go ahead.
I don't know if Doovid wants to answer this question. I might be a little bit confused about what he was saying, but you brought up Black Lives Matter and George Floyd, right? Can I ask you about that?
Well, no, I mean, I forget you were still here, Vince. Oh, sorry about that. We were mentioning, I mean, before the show, me and Jennifer were this man, Edward Dutton, if you're familiar with him, and he's popular for streaming largely with Richard Spencer, but his specific theory where he's framing Black Lives Matters as a sort of Christian revival movement. And I mean, there's many ways to analyze it, but we were specifically referring to, this one man's commentary, if you're familiar with him.
Okay, could I just get your opinion quickly? I told the story when you were away, and we talked about it a bit on Facebook. So you saw those 3 articles I sent about, what I said was the Noah Hyde infiltration of the kind of Black Lives Matter, more so the George Floyd movement. And the first was that, this one Jew said that he said what we're seeing in the streets, he basically said it was a prelude to Noah Hyde courts. He said Noah Hyde courts specifically. The second one was where one of the Jews on the other side said, well, all this violence in the street. He said, a good solution would be Noah Hyde law. And then the last thing was the Jewish guy, Noah Hyde rabbi with a Noah Hyde congregation, who put out the video where he said that blacks, well, first of all, he heavily implied the Holocaust was worse than slavery, but he said blacks are, we know from the Talmud, blacks are cursed with black skin because Ham sodomized Noah. And so he was smitten in his skin, and from him came the black race. And so he was basically saying that blacks were kind of like destined for slavery. But he also said that they came with, he said that
Jews are spiritual. He said the Jews are the spiritual race. He said the Semites are the
I'm
spiritual
familiar with these
race.
theories. Well, I mean, okay, but you're trained to be a rabbi?
Who?
You.
No, I'm telling what the rabbi said.
Why? I mean, it's like 'cause you're trained to be a rabbi, you're reporting to me what the rabbi said?
No, I want to get your opinion. Well, what's your opinion about this infiltration to Black Lives Matter? And I was just giving you the third example of the infiltration of the Noahide movement into
I
Black
mean, it's
Lives
like,
Matter.
I was like, of course, no big deal. And so, I mean, from one perspective, you're not a pro-Judaic Noahide level, but just a generic science understanding of organization level. Like, of course, all parties are going to try to take the momentum of this movement and direct it towards their own purpose, and and obviously controlling the leadership or getting your friendly people or even your direct people as leadership of the movement, is a preferable strategy. So the fact that Noahide or any group would be employing that is not surprising at all. As a believer, if you think, okay, there's Jews involved in like all types of different angles of this, and you're trying to like prophetically understand like your various Jewish groups' involvement towards a overall subconscious desire to implement Noahidism versus like specific groups that are actively already under the banner Noahidism versus statements or sentiment of Jews involved at various levels in what they think about Noahidism. And I'm not even saying that, like, just on a psychological level, like, well, of course, like, Jews interpret things through a certain lens or have even a propensity to act according to a certain strategy. I think that's like the Dutton idea, where Vince is focusing on Jewish group strategy, and Vince specifically in his focus of Jewish group strategy is looking at his Noahidism as this like quintessential overarching Jewish group strategy that permeates, from Orthodox to secular. And when you have like, Jewish communists that, don't keep Mosaic law really at all, but are, Antifa supporters, that they still have some sort of like Noahide or like not like even like a Kevin McDonald type thing, but Vince has his own like, like the Jew that isn't promoting halakha or traditional Judaism, but somehow his Judaism is promoting him to promote Antifa, that has some sort of Noahide connection. If that's, I could see that as an argument.
No, I didn't say that. No, these Jews were directly saying that themselves, that their infiltration was Noahide directed. I didn't.
Well, I'm saying if anything a Jew does is like, of course, it's for the greater mission of implementing some. If you're saying the Jew themselves use the word infiltrate,
no, I mean no.
Or you're using the word. So you're saying, okay, like I'm infiltrating the Goyim right now in order to promote Noahidism. So like, okay, you're the Goyim, and Doooovid now is infiltrating you in order that I could preach Noahidism. Is like no, like
okay. Oh wait,
me and Jennifer and Gandalf are colleagues and friends, and we're having some discussions. And Doooovid has pro Noahide leanings, and if discussion of Noahidism comes up, like obviously Doooovid will toss in his sentiment of pro Noahide leanings, but the whole purpose of Week in Review and my your friendship relationship with Jennifer and Gandalf was not to infiltrate them in order that I could promote Noahidism.
Okay, sorry. Then let me ask you something.
Yes, in fact, I do think that the whole reason that you're doing this is to infiltrate and promote Noahidism.
Wait. No, I'm sorry. You're taking it to a place that it's not fair. I wasn't saying that. I was talking about specific rabbis who or specific Jews who had most definitely overtly and explicitly stated that they were they were mixing their Noahide agenda or reading their Noahide agenda some way into the George Floyd movement.
Like,
but wait, the thing is that we were talking about
Jews do that with all current events, just like Israel and Trump and
I
Black
know,
Lives
but
Matter.
you're
Like, of
talking.
course, that's what
I'm
Jews
not
do.
talking about every
Jews are going to
I'm not
interpret
talking
our
about
shit,
every Jew. I'm not.
with
I'm not
whatever's
talking about
happening.
Jews infiltrating Antifa because I'm saying that a secular Jew who's never talked about Noahide law in his life has a Noahide agenda. That's not what I said. I'm talking about these Jews in these articles. But let's make it a little bit more specific, because I think it's concerning when somebody's talking about street protests that have violence going on, that say, basically that this has some element of Noahide courts, that this is like what's going on. And I mean, you're saying, well, it depends on a court. You were talking about it's okay to set up tribunals. Like, I mean, if these people are rioting, not that I'm
Like, Noahide is a justice system, and if the current system is unjust, then you set up at a level a new system of justice. And so you want to say from a Noahide system outside that they developed tribunal, in our court, we went to our tribunal and our tribunal said rebel violence. You could argue within some structure of Noahidism that, sometimes the ruling is violence. The ruling is these guys stole your shit and now you got to go get it back. Or like the ruling is these guys that like have been abusing their power and you got to overthrow them. And so, like, just because so you say you see it problematic to interpret like Black Lives Matters or even like possibly looting or anarchical practice as a form of Noahidism. And you could argue, but certainly you could give Noahide arguments that whatever system that they're doing is some sort of retribution of Noahide justice.
not. And what's your name? Why can't I remember your name all of a
Gandalf.
sudden?
Gandalf.
Gandalf. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that there's a meta-analytical question that needs to be asked here, because it's like to me it's the element, and how would we just discover that benevolence?
Well,
See,
just for the smooth flowing show, because like Vince doesn't seem to be familiar with Dutton and his work, and so maybe we could just wrap it up with Vince and his take on it, and then we'll move on to Dutton, or otherwise we're going to need to spend like 10-15 minutes catching Vince up on Dutton's view.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind listening in. Just start. I can pick up. I mean, I don't need to 1000% understand the debate. But just don't do it not because of me.
Okay, yeah, but let's move on from like Noahidism, like we're done with the Noahide for the night.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay.
so we were talking about, I mentioned your courts about your discussion about, courts and justice. It seemed to me that a fundamental component of justice is benevolence. And if there's this kind of new religion or religiosity around BLM, is BLM actually benevolent towards people of African descent? And how would we determine that? I think that's an important question.
Well, yeah, that wasn't the question I was going to ask. I mean, that might be an important question, but we'd have to set up a metric for it. And, if you set it up where Black people are the best determinants of what's best for them. And, but no, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to say that, BLM doesn't really have the benevolent interest of, so to say, Blacks in general. But I was thinking more directly the analysis of not like an analysis of Black Lives Matters in general, but specifically an analysis of Dutton's theory on it. And he's saying, yeah, as a religious revival, and I had a few different takes on that. Is one thing you could say that Spencer the Tragic Atheist is expressing it in religious terminologies, which is somewhat paradoxical. Like you're the scientist who is specializing in evolution. So why are you describing this phenomenon religiously as opposed to something like group strategy? I mean, you have an evolutionary lexicon to describe these phenomena, like Doooovid, who does not believe in evolution, but believes in spiritual explanations. uses the evolutionary lexicon because I want to talk in the language of educated people, and educated people talk in the language of evolution. So I'll refer to things like group strategy and various things. So it seems odd in the first place that Dutton is using this religious language, but taking it that, to me, it seems related to, like, no, Black Lives Matters is the current state of the Anglican Church, in that now the Anglican Church is minority Anglican people. There's regionally, like, there's almost like 20 million Anglicans in Nigeria, but even in America, the number of Anglican has been vastly decreasing, and I think like 30 to 50% of the Anglican Church in America is African Americans. And historically, the Anglican Church was pretty big. I mean, it's never like Catholicism or Protestantism, but they have big churches in the mega cities. Some churches, multiple Anglican churches, and there's not a big group of like Anglicans. They have like synagogues, or like they have empty buildings all over the places. It's like the former days when Fox and Hounds were overflowing with British aristocracy, isn't the case anymore. But whatever that case is, yes, African Americans have filled the pews, and are even and in England are even leading members of the Anglican Church, women, feminism, gay. So when you say Black Lives Matter, it's not like it's a new revivalistic Christian movement. It's actually the current status of the official Anglican Church. It's Claire's point on the patriarchy, where this is what happens when you put women in charge, and so I'm not sure.
Cool with the anti-Semitism, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I have more takes on this, but just for a basic framing of so if you're looking at the Black Lives Matter, the protest is the greater group strategy, and like Vince, we were talking with Vince in terms of the Noahidism, but looking at the 70 grandkids in Noah as opposed to ethnic bloodlines, but as civic nationalist movements, and so you're saying there's different forces, and it's not just ethnic or black and white, or there's a lot of civic forces here that are combining forces and making interesting occurrences in the political seasons where you have a coalition of alignment of people with common interest, and it's kind of filling out the Democratic Party. Obviously, the biggest solid segment of the official Democratic Party of the United States is African Americans. So at the beginning of the election cycle, Black Lives Matter is saying, like, well, it's going to be some form of African Americans throwing their weight around in the Democratic Party, because factually they're the biggest demographic bloc in the Democratic Party, and you could interpret that like Vince and the Noahides out there trying to get in front of the crowd. Everybody, the corporates, everybody in their interest is going to try to get in front of that crowd and direct it towards their benefit, because that's what the elite do. That's what you have to do if you're elite. You can't let a crowd gather and not be in front of it. I don't know if Gandalf has an interesting take on that, or Jennifer.
Well, let's go to Jen first.
Regarding what you just said, no, I was just gathering my thoughts for the article itself. Every protest, and nothing's coming to mind. It seems like a very...
Well, I said that the elite by nature have to be in front of the crowd. You're saying, like, I am the theocratic dictator. If there is a crowd gathered, auspices, and if there is a crowd gathered and it's not under your auspices, that's a conflict to your authority, so to say. And in terms of even practical U.S. Politics, if you're a popular politician who's going to win elections, it means that that they hand you the microphone at almost all public spectacles. So if you're a popular politician in Chicago, so like if that's
Gotcha.
That's not my vision of how the elite would work, but it is a vision.
the elections, you're saying like, well, I don't care if they're Black Lives Matters or George Floyd or whatever label, but at the end of the day, those are Biden voters. Like I'm just looking at them the same way, like, oh, Jehovah's Witness, like to me, they're just Masons. Maybe they don't see themselves as Masons, but I see them as Masons. And you're saying, I don't know how the people in the streets see themselves. I don't know how you see them, but I see them as enthusiastic Biden supporters. And if you win elections, you're saying that's what you mean. Like they're in the streets, and they're in the streets because they're campaigning. They're saying that I should be in charge. I should be in office. That's why they're out there.
Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily the most relevant way to look at it. I think we're ignoring kind of like the issues of why this is happening. I mean, it to me, like in some of these protests in places like Portland and Seattle for Black Lives Matter, where they raised the Black Lives Matter flag after burning the American flag over the Justice Center, the crowds are like 90+% more creation.
Well, I think just recognize the obvious immediately because of coalition of interest. There's an overlap of interest, and that's why they're involved in it. What that overlap of interest is, I'm sure you could spit out 100 reasons that there's overlap of interest. And, like obviously they're different groups with a different interest in many ways, but there's enough of an overlap of interest that right now they're out there together.
Well, but
and you're
on
saying
that note,
if you're the thing there, yeah, because the commonality between them is that they're both at the end of the day troops for Biden. Because at the end of the day, whether they're black, white, or whatever, they're the people that are out there. They're going to say anybody but Trump, and we have to turn our movement into action. And the best way to do it is by voting Donald Trump out of office and falling in line behind Joe Biden, the next president of the United States of America. Hooray! And you're saying, but eventually, like Vince, that's going to be the Lubavitch Rebbe. You're saying eventually that's going to be all the world's leaders saying, the Messiah, the leader of the Jews, and everybody will kneel, every tongue will confess, and every knee will bend, because that's what the prophet says is going to happen.
On that note, because you were just saying overlapping of interest and like why are there white leftist Europeans in Black Lives Matters, because there's overlapping of interest. But when it comes to Black Lives Matters and Noahidism, that's not, first of all, it's not overlapping interest, because Black Lives Matters has no interest in Noahidism, and Noahidism has no benefits for Black Lives Matter. And you can see it's just Jews like coming in and trying to push Noahidism onto the scene. This is not like,
we're saying whoever is in power has to be Noahide compliant. So Black Lives Matters is rising up and looks like it's going to become a new power structure. The Jews are going, okay, fine, as long as you're Noahide compliant.
Yeah, but Black Lives Matters has no need for that.
But it's like, as a Jew, why should I care if it's Black Lives Matter or the previous establishment or a different regime, as long as they're Noahide compliant? Like, so fine, Black Lives Matter, that's the new movement. They're taking power. I'll be fine as long as they're Noahide compliant.
But they're not going to want to be under. They're not going to want to have to answer to Jews. That's not what they're looking for.
Well, why? Because but God, the God who created the world, and like the Bible, and so like, no, Black Lives Matter. Like they're gonna enter discourse, and we're gonna talk about the Bible, and they're gonna recognize how much they love the Jewish people, and we'll be able to work it out and implement our Noahidism.
Okay.
So, do Black Lives Matter only if they promote Noahidism through their movement?
God blesses the nations, and how much they bless the Jewish people. So he's saying, yeah, as the blacks, people, African people, so to say, get in better with the Jews, they'll be in better with God. because I mean that's the formula of the Bible, and and from a believer's perspective, saying that God reciprocates in that manner. So the more that people comply with the Noahidisms, the more they'll be blessed with power and fortune, good fortune in the material realm. Well, that's the karmatic system. If you're a believer, that karma just works that way. That's the way it's set up by God Himself.
Well, shouldn't then by that logic, shouldn't in the interest of showing benevolence toward people concerned with the fate of folks of African descent in America, shouldn't the Jews openly endorse Black Lives Matter and ask them to bless the Jewish people so that they in turn get blessed, if this is a religious movement at all of the type?
I mean, most of the Jewish organizations came out in favor, at least, of the kind of Black Lives Matter or police brutality, or a call for the end of discrimination against Black people. I mean, because Noahidism, on its most basic element, is anti-racism. It's a recognition that there's a universal brotherhood of man. That's Noahidism. It's the universal brotherhood of Noah, our common ancestor. And so the universal brotherhood of man is that founding element of Noahidism, and you can't have a universal brotherhood of man or Noahidism and fair systems of justice where the Black man is not treated equal.
No, well, but that's the very opposite of, you didn't let me finish on the third rabbi and this Noahide thing with Black Lives Matter. He was the one, he said that the Semites are the spiritual race and that the Jews are the spiritual lead of the Semites, that the Japhethites, which are usually whites, are responsible for beauty and for advancement in creation and stuff like that. And he said that the Hamites, who are the Black race, are physical and animalistic. And he said that it's the duty of the Jews and the Noahides to uplift them basically through Noahidism. And he said that one of the signs of the coming of the Messiah is the fact that the most base genealogy of the human race is coming to Noahidism. The most base species of the human race is coming to Noahidism, which is like a sign of the coming Messiah.
You could argue from the biblical origins possibly different, but in current parlance, Noahidism has to be anti-racist. You say, yes, different nations have different proclivities and tendencies, but law has to be administered equally. You can't have harsher punishments on Blacks than other nations for the same crime. That a Noahide system in general is in support of the George Floyd protest. You say the George Floyd protest, it's not Noahide in principle to punish Blacks more severely for the same crime than other people. That goes against the basic fairness principle of the universal brotherhood of man that Blacks are part of. So from that perspective, yes, all the rabbis and the Noahides are in favor of Black Lives Matter because it's a basic principle of Noahidism, the universal brotherhood of man, and the fair implementation of these basic laws, like do not murder, do not steal. And the universal brotherhood of man says George Floyd may have been Black, but do not murder includes our brother George Floyd.
Universal brotherhood of man comes from Noah, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is that Noah is the progenitor. I mean, Adam's the progenitor of all man, but then Noah is also the progenitor because we're all descendants of Noah.
Yeah, there's no scientific evidence for that. It's a ridiculous point.
But I'm saying the universal brotherhood of man and Noahidism are, I would say they're one and the same principle. But if you don't argue, they're related, because Noahidism and Noah and the origins of nations as the 70 grandchildren of Noah go hand in hand together with this concept of the universal brotherhood of man, and we're a family of nations from a common ancestor. So you could say the principle of courts and the Noahide laws is one aspect, but also Noahidism in general is an acceptance of this universal brotherhood of man. And even the principles of Noahidism, the laws that Vince is warning about, from a Gandalfian perspective, if you could knock away the universal brotherhood of man concept, you could probably knock away Noahidism in general also. But that's the point I'm making about George Floyd, is that there is no system of Noahidism where you're saying that this do not murder applies differently to God forbid George Floyd because he was a black man. You're saying like no, like if there's a rule, do not kill, like it can't be applied differently to black people.
Well, actually, you'll be happy. This is not a question about Noahidism, but it's about black people. Okay, so you're saying that they can't be any more harshly punished. However, what the guy in that video was also talking about was about that, that in the Bible, the children of Cain or the Hamites are cursed to be slaves. And so in the messianic age that you're trying to create, you see there's still slavery. Jews are allowed to have slaves, bond men, bond women. And I don't know, are non-Jews allowed to have slaves? And if so, I mean, is there any kind of proclivity in Jewish law towards keeping blacks as slaves? Because
I think it's too far off topic. I mean, like what slavery might look like after Messiah comes. But from the point of Noahidism and Black Lives Matters, and just saying that this concept of universalism at the heart, where contemporary rabbis have all, if not fully endorsed the Black Lives Matters and these movements and the protests, at least the spirit that there has to be systematic change to not allow what happened to George Floyd to keep on happening. And that in compliance with Noahidism, like what happened to George Floyd was a violation of Noahidism. And as a Jew, and the most Jewish bodies have said that, like, look, like if we had a proper Noahide society, what happened to George Floyd wouldn't have happened. And so whatever perspective you're saying, like George Floyd's death was proof that the Noahide system's not working properly. Because like that man didn't deserve to die, and certainly him being black can't be used as an explanation for why he died, according to Noahidism.
Right. I mean,
these messianic things about like what slavery might look like after Messiah comes.
Wait a second. How can we even know whether George Floyd deserved to die or not under Noahidism? That makes no sense to me. I mean, who says who deserves to live and who dies anyway?
Well, there's a concept. Okay, so there might be some system of due process. And you say like, oh, okay, like maybe like Stephen Molyneux's right, and like Sam Harris, and like we did not witness a murder, and our mind is fooling us, and just telling us we witnessed a murder, due to political purposes, and that may be possible, but you're saying that Noahidism, like there's the 7 Noahide laws, and it's the big ones like do not kill, and you're saying like like there's a video of George Floyd saying like, was that one of these violations of do not kill? It's like Ahmaud Arbery, like that video came out, and it's like that looked like like a violation of that do not kill thing, and you're saying like, okay, like maybe technically it wasn't a killing that was some sort of explanation, reason, and justifiable homicide or accident or whatever, but it can't be because like Ahmaud Arbery's black that's like, oh, therefore it's like that's not like a violation of the 10 commandments of the 7 Noahide laws and do not kill.
It seems like the concept doesn't marry with facts or evidence, or I should say, better yet, it seems like the concept seems to be put out there irregardless of the facts and evidence of these unfortunate encounters, because I don't know what's really true via Ahmaud Arbery or George Floyd myself. I'm just skeptical and refractory.
on these questions. I mean, there's so many people asserting so many things about what Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd mean, who don't seem to have a command of what actually happened. I don't know if anyone has command over what actually happened.
Within the legal mechanism, you're going to say there's an escalation of force. And if the escalation of force is justified, it's not a case of do not murder. So if it's a case of George Floyd and he resisted, and like Stephen Molyneux and Sam Harris, and like he didn't die from the knee, he died from drugs and other problems that may have been exasperated by the situation. And maybe he was saying he can't breathe beforehand, and he did resist arrest. And eventually, you're saying the penalty for resisting arrest to an extreme can result in your own death. That if a person is in a situation and resists arrest, and due to their resist of arrest and the escalation of force, they end up getting killed, that's not an example of do not kill. And Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd, you're saying, are examples where the tragic situation from the death, you're saying, like, God forbid, like, it's too bad that man had to die, but from a distributive, like, what's the judgment at the end of the day? And you say there was reason to detain the person, and they resisted, and there was an escalation of force, and the Noahide Tribunal has ruled that that was not a violation of thou shalt not kill.
And is that scientific law and justice? I think not. It seems to just be asserting things based on mythologies that have no evidentiary.
There was a killing that took place. So from a Noahide-ism perspective, there has to be a trial. You're saying, like, there was a death that could have been a killing. There has to be justice, because we know you're not allowed to kill. So, if Gandalf is saying volunteering to, be the public defender of the McMichaels, or
I'm not volunteering for
officer, or whatever, but the case is, and it comes to it, and you're saying, like, no, that man did not violate thou shalt not kill. It was an unfortunate circumstance, but at the end of the day, that man was just doing his job, and maybe he made a few technical mistakes that could have been different, that would have prevented the death. But at the end of the day, the death was caused by the perpetrator's escalation of force in the situation. But you would need some sort of tribunal to say, like, we know we have a death on our hands. We know that Ahmaud Arbery is dead, and the reason he's dead is because Travis McMichael pulled the trigger. So the question was, is that a violation of Noahidism and murder, or is there some sort of other explanation of justice and escalation of force and whatever, where you're saying, no, that Travis McMichael, although he did kill Ahmaud Arbery, that was not a violation of the Noahide laws?
What I'm just saying is that
guys,
sorry.
My phone is about to die, and I'm going to go to bed. So
thanks for coming on. Your contribution was awesome. We really appreciate it and look forward to the next time.
Great. I don't like to hog it all up with that Noahide crap.
You didn't. Don't worry about it, man. It's great.
But, I mean, Vince, just on that last point for BLM, within a Noahide system and like a Judeo-Antifa, you're saying that justice was miscarried and the system is corrupt. So if in the Noahide-ism, you need, like Ahmaud Arbery wasn't, like George Floyd, these cases were not being served justice. The system is corrupt. So we had to set up our own tribunals to administer justice, and they made these rulings, and therefore we are carrying out the ruling of what we consider to be the true Noahide court against the corrupt system that is improperly not fulfilling their requirement to administer the Noahide laws properly. So from that perspective, like, yeah, of course you could be promoting Noahidism and Black Lives Matter at the same time, and it could be, in their own head making sense.
Have a good night, guys.
Yep. Take care.
See you later, Vincent. Yeah, that was good. He seemed a little shocked by what you said, Doovid. There's not too many Doovids out there, is there?
Yeah, I guess he has kind of like this narrow, like, like he's scared of this one interpretation of Noahidism, and maybe he's right that that interpretation that he's scared of is the dominant position that's being promoted by all these government officials. But then at the same time, like, to argue that Doooovid doesn't legitimately have a different interpretation of Noahidism, or maybe, if he's saying that maybe he's wrong, that like Chabad interpretation of Noahidism is more in line with Doovid's interpretation, and not like these scenarios that he's putting forward that Chabad really means when they promote Noahidism. But like, yeah, I mean, but yeah, he knows a lot about the topic. It's always interesting to talk on the subject.
Awesome.
So did you have thoughts on Dutton, or what about what I was saying about, like, why not just frame it in terms of group strategy in a question like multiculturalism? So I mean, multiculturalism is not like a religion, it's like a group strategy. So like, why the hell is Dutton talking about it like a religion? And what's the benefit of saying it's like, well, it's a group strategy, and just like religion is a form of a group strategy, that these group strategies have certain customs and rituals associated to it, and it doesn't make it a religion. To saying it's actually, saying Dutton is actually technically misleading and incorrect when he says that, because you don't need a religion to have all these rituals and customs and virtue signals associated to it. In fact, all systems, even to things that aren't religious in nature, also have those attributes. So he's doing a disservice by framing it in terms of religion as opposed to a group strategy. And at the same time, it's simplified in saying that obviously the group strategy is going to work off of the current system it operates in. So if it's operating in a system where Christianity is a support structure, it's going to continue in that structure. So it's like the Anglican Church that has these huge churches that were able to take in hundreds of thousands of people, not because they built new Anglican churches, but because of the millions of people that were in the Anglican Church, tens and tens of years ago, and are no longer in it. They were able to fill their empty churches with African Americans, and that new church that has those African Americans that are literally filling those buildings that were built decades ago by people that no longer exist. And how are you going to understand those structures and their movement, and to frame it as a religious revival? I mean, to me, that's interesting, but like, I think he's doing it. I mean, he's making money off it. At this point, they're just making money off of it. So I guess from like the Richard Spencer is the booking agent for Dutton and marketing. So, okay, that it's a profitable model, and that it could be that they're right in order to market their ideas and make it interesting and talk about it and have streams that have 1,000 viewers, that's actually a pretty good strategy and way to market their ideas.
Well, every professional sports league, particularly the NBA, the NFL, and over 200 multinational corporations are also making money off BLM. So in my view, karmatically, or at least my view of your understanding of karma, would say that Richard Spencer and Ed Dutton are karmatically equal to the 200 large corporations and major sports leagues that are also making money off Black Lives Matter.
And so, I mean, are they really adding any insight? Like, is Dutton's article, is he just connecting dots that we always knew were there? I mean, Jennifer, you read his whole article and wanted to, thought it was talking worthy, and I thought it was interesting. But it's saying at the end of the day, did Dutton do anything that you, in a few hours of research, couldn't have replicated? Also, like Dutton, like, was this some great research, or saying like me, you, or Gandalf in like an hour in a Google search could have replicated his research? And it's like, well, yeah, obviously there's a group strategy, and if you want to put it into revival religious terms,
savage.
He said, I agree with that. Actually,
well, I was saying it's like a Babscast, like second-rate scholarship. It's like, no, like I could have read Dutton's abstract and wrote, an article of the same quality as his, just based on his abstract. Like, it wasn't like, brilliant strategy, but like it's enough. He's making money off of it. Fine. There are some interesting ideas, and he does make a whole bunch of interesting points, but like he kind of is over packaging. Like he's saying a lot more than he's actually saying. In reality, he's not saying anything new. He's extending theories that have been known for decades and just applying it to the situation, but making it look like he's coming up with some like grand new theory, and he's purposely packaging it kind of like a commercial way in order to make as much publicity and money off of it. But at the same time, like, yeah, he did uncover some interesting trends, and it is true that this group strategy in a religion-esque type of way has developed its own rituals, virtue signals, customs, initiation ceremonies, and so on, as all group strategies do.
So you're saying that a religion is a special type of group strategy, or a group strategy is a special type of religion? You're saying the first one, right? Because you're not trying to equivocate between them, or are you?
Well, yeah, I was saying that a religion is a type of group strategy.
Okay. So it would be like a subset. So in terms of...
Well, I mean, anytime a group works together, that's a group strategy. So obviously...
Group strategy is more general than religion. I'm just trying to...
So when you have coordination of efforts of people on any level, even if it's, just for the most base defense, hunter-gatherer, food, agriculture, but any level of human cooperation or even like agreement to speak the same language or use the same signals, that's a form of group strategy, let alone a complicated social structure where you have millions of people within a nation, taking to the street, pushing a certain set of similar demands or complaints, and that's developed various initiations, lexicons, virtues. So, versus, religions that may be group strategies. But again, from the science of group strategies, if, you could be an atheist or a religious person and use the science of group strategies, you could imply evolution to being the cause of it. You could apply religion. You could be a Noahide. Of course, I'm a Noahide. Of course, I believe in group strategy. Haven't you heard of Noah and the 70 nations? Or you could be an evolutionist and believe in group strategy. Or you could just use the science of group strategy and be neutral on these various systems and just saying, well, are there groups and do they have strategies? And are there patterns that you could recognize and are useful about the groups and there's various strategies?
Well, that sure was a lot of words. So we've got a question here of whether indeed religion is the correct model. So I figure after what Doooovid said, the chances of Ed Dutton liking me went from 0.5% to 0.01%. That's my estimation. Religion's more compelling because religion has a known structure, whereas group strategy doesn't have a known structure. We can recognize it when it's presented to us. People can make sense of what Kevin McDonald is saying, which is essentially what you're saying, Doooovid, or the language that you're using to say what you're saying. Group strategy is very broad. It's just like saying pattern. It's like, what does that mean? Well, there's some sort of ordered, repeated structure. But to say something is theocratic is actually giving you tons of information about it, because there's something like there's a pattern to religion that is recognizable, which is, I think, even though religion is a having some religious figure go to BLM practice as some sort of like solidarity thing. And I'm like wondering if that would work, because I just sort of assume most of these people would identify as atheists. You think I'm wrong?
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, so it's like, I was thinking maybe it would be valuable to distinguish between religious and theocratic. So like theocratic would be the generalized pattern that we recognize as being part of a religion, but then you can also recognize it in these other, quote, secular ideologies. So I think the best word for that would just be like, it's a theocratic array, but they're not going to like bow to an external, quote unquote, theocratic array just because they happen to show up at a protest because they're possibly already devout atheists.
Well,
Again,
just to frame it, you're saying group strategy is like a mathematics of group structure. I mean, saying any group has to have a structure, and any structure is going to have to obey a certain mathematic formulaic operations for how groups function. And so whether it's a religion or a political party or a tribe or anything, it has to obey the laws of mathematics and so of structure. And so group strategy, it just in the lexicon for this form of structure that humans form together. And if you want to say there's a special structure of religion or structure, and a theocratic group structure is just one of the cases or one of the values in the equations of group strategy.
I would agree with you. I mean, group strategy is more general. It's just what is the mechanism is unclear, because like I don't think the power dynamics per se. For example, a theory like your idea about Germans and Jews collectively coming up with the electrical grid. Like that would be some type of recursion you could do into a group strategy, modeling it as a type of power exchange relation. But I don't think he did that. So now
What I'm saying, it's at the most fundamental level of any two people interacting with it. It's a group strategy when two people recognize the same signal to mean the same thing. That's already a group strategy, let alone when thousands or millions of people recognize the same signal to mean the same thing, let alone something
define it
like definitional, where humans agree or some strategy that we interact in the same way. Like in America we have roads, and you drive on the right side of the road. Even like in England, maybe they drive on the opposite side of the road, but it's that we drive on the right side of the road, and we stop at red signals and go at green signals, and these various things. Those are all group strategies.
Yeah, that's basically the same argument as when JF said, well, you could reparameterize the DNA coefficients to get an arbitrary number of races. Is that true, though?
No, I don't think so.
There's one answer.
I don't see how you could reject that saying, you're saying any agreement of pattern where multiple people operate according to the same pattern. I'm defining that as a group strategy. So you have multiple separate entities that are operating in the same pattern. Doooovid is saying, I'm boxing that's a set that's in the set of group strategies, because there's multiple people employing the exact same thing that could be labeled as a group strategy. And then within group strategies, you could have things like religion, and you could have theocratic structures. But group strategy, by definition, it says not even like a theory; it's definitional. The group strategy thing that Doovid's talking about, it's not even like a theory or law; it's definitional by nature.
I would say it only becomes a group strategy when it has demonstrable observables. Otherwise, you can just say, "Oh, look." You can anecdotalize your way into it essentially being a meaningless term. So yeah, I'll agree with you. You can have a pretty wide brush, or whatever the term is.
Definitional explanation of group strategy. It's like group strategy is exactly what it is. It definitionally defines itself, and it's so clear that it's basically could be considered like an axiom that like, of course there's group strategies. You don't even need another axiom to defend group strategy. Group strategy in and of itself is its own axiom.
Yeah, that's the axiom. But then it's like, how can you use the axiom? And you can use the axiom more if you use the theocratic axiom versus the group strategy axiom, even though informationally the group strategy axiom is outside of the theocratic axiom.
Well, if you say that the theocratic, if to mathematize it, if you're going to say that the theocratic mode is the most stable of all the various structures of group strategy. That, I mean, you could have unstable structures. Even an unstable structure is still a group strategy. It's still unstable. And so if you're saying that the theocratic ones are just the most stable ones.
I hadn't really thought about it on that level, so I'll have to think it over. Don't want to.
So I mean, even a failed group strategy is still a group strategy.
Sure. Well, it's your whole multiple truth hypothesis, infinity axioms, right?
Well, it goes hand in hand, this way of looking at the multiple truth hypothesis. It would imply, like, yeah, you have the infinite set of all possible group strategies.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I just want to pay pay the article its due, because it did make several very scientific links and accurate predictions. One prediction that I thought was off that I wanted to actually correct was the mischaracterization of nihilism and basically conflation of it with suicidality. I don't know what the word is. It's not the same thing, because nihilism is sort of like, it's unclear what people mean when they say nihilism. Do they mean believing the universe has no meaning, or do they mean like being depressed and emo about the fact that the universe has no meaning? Because what the evidence suggests is that people are more likely to sort of be suicidal when they believe in the free will LARP, which is when they believe like a non-nihilistic paradigm. So yeah, important not to conflate suicidal and nihilistic, because like nihilistic people are, I don't know if they'd be happier on average, but they'd be less living in a state of constant denial, which is what causes you to become suicidal, because essentially you're not recognizing dangers as dangers anymore. You're recognizing a different pattern than what's actually there as a coping mechanism, which gives you a blind spot.
Yeah, I mean, tying to the theory of dissonance, I mean, saying that the one, that when you have different possibilities, and for whatever reason you go with one of the possibilities, like, the Doooovid likes to use free will as a way to frame it, but there's multiple ways to frame it, and Jennifer has a different way of framing it, but that there's however you're going to explain where it would appear that a person has multiple different choices that they could make, they're going to have impactful consequences on the future of their life, that there's a known tendency to discount the choices that the person didn't make. And there, I went through in my multiple truth hypothesis study session multiple papers and explanations of these reasons why we discount the options that we didn't make, and it fit into a dissonance theory. And also like the harmonics of music. But if you look, okay, like life is a trajectory, and it's hard if you're going to give values like that certain outcomes of life are better than others, and then it's, are my actions leading to the outcome I desire? And if the answer to that question is no, there's going to be substantial amounts of dissonance, and that people are going to develop systems to deal with that. And then the issue is changing action is usually very difficult to do, and usually the way to solve dissonance is to change action. But just because you change action does not necessarily mean you're going to reduce your dissonance, because it's very possible that the action that you choose will put the person into a worse situation. So I think me and Jennifer are on the path towards taking this very well developed of the cognitive science. Say dissonance is one of the best of the developed of all of the cognitive sciences, and maybe even to being able to mathematize it. I took out some various things that I thought were interesting to talk about. I messaged Jennifer before the show. I'm not sure if you want to bring some of them up. Some of them are semi-related, but part of it in relation to the genetics and synthetic DNA is these creation of these eigenvector mathematical structures that really could deal with these dissonance models and what we're talking about in these, the problem of like representing, okay, I'm starting it here with these assumptions, and then I'm having dissonance because the assumptions that I have are not accurately predicting or good results in terms of what I want to get out of reality. And then from there to trying to restructure and say I have to reinterpret reality in order to get better results, versus saying that the diminishing returns, maybe you're no matter what you're going to do, you're not going to be the good results. So yeah, Jennifer's got the Penguin article, so I think that was some of did you want to put that one back up there? Karmatically, we haven't talked about the Penguin for a while, but still most experts in terms of evolution and the origins of the virus do believe that it's related to the pangolin and the bat, that that it transferred between bats and pangolins, and the genetic evidence highly shows that its closest marker, the closest cousin, is the pangolin coronavirus. So I said, like, karmatically, like, coronavirus is the revenge of the pangolin, comes from the pangolin. There's pangolins we're encroaching upon its land, we're poaching them, we're eating them, and environmental ruin. And the form of coronavirus's revenge for our damage to the environment took the form of the pangolin, that caused that transferred the coronavirus to us. So in terms of like reversing that bad karma, this is one of the first like positive news stories where pangolins are now being returned to a region that they had been caused to go extinct by man. Although that not necessarily going to lead to any like cure or dying down of what's happening with coronavirus. Karmatically, I thought it was worth notice, and if Jennifer, you could do like that article has some really awesome pangolin pictures. If you could highlight them.
Awesome.
I don't mean to be rude, but I'm actually getting a bit sleepy and I might depart. It's a pleasure for me to be able to ask both of you some questions. I really loved. I'm going to try and find an erector set because I want to play with the quantum periodic table. My mind is like locked on that for whatever reason. So I appreciate that inspiration, assuming I can get one. But it's a pleasure seeing you all. Hopefully I'll have some computer problems resolved and I'll do some streaming this week. But good night to you all. Thanks very much for having me. It's a pleasure seeing you and Church of Entropy and earlier Vincent.
Yeah, great to have you back. Always good for you to add your insight and commentary when you're together and got your thoughts together. Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Gandalf. It was great to see you. We'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I got the pangolins up.
Yeah, there were some really cool pictures. You can just see the pangolin in all its glory. And don't forget that, like, karmatically, there probably still is a connection to the pangolin. And you shouldn't, so this came across in my Facebook feed, and there was actually some rare good news in pangolin news.
That's awesome.
And these pangolins are probably looking right at the photographer, that these are pangolins that were probably brought up by man, and they were maybe fed or used to the photographer. So these are really awesome pictures, and those pangolins are probably actually looking straight at the photographer, because the photographer probably feeds them also.
Thanks for that little bit of good news. Looks like it's at the end of it. And you sent me some Wikipedia articles too. I have those loaded. I don't know what the relevance was, but yeah, go pangolin.
Yeah, all the other articles that I sent you, I think, were related to the things that we ongoing talk about that. But I sent you those articles on synthetic biology, just so people are curious about the current state of engineering and science of like, can we make viruses? Can we make DNA? So I sent you some stuff on that, and then related to that, I sent you some stuff on mathematical theories of was it quasi space or some a few articles in Wikipedia or things just on these ideas that I thought were semi-related to things we're talking about, and newsical because they're surrounded viruses and updates in what's happening with COVID-19.
Great. Yeah, I've got the artificial gene synthesis here.
Yeah, and so that's just a company that, in a business model, was that the Gentex one? So this one's a slideshow that has 35 slides. That we've been going on a while. Like I don't know, we don't have to go through it. They just kind of went over like what is gene synthesis? How do we artificially make it? The other one was a company that will make genes for you, and they charge per base pair, so you could have your own base pair and send it in to the company to make for you, and then they'll mail it back to you. And so it could be a few hundred. It's actually per base pair. But I mean, viruses are usually the shortest base pairs. Like why you would do it, what you would do with them. So I mean, you don't have to go through the slideshow. It might be something worth talking about. And then if you go back to that last one of the machine. So if you're thinking about like, okay, you could send in, there's a NASDAQ company, there's a company that became a big company that decided that it'd be cool to print DNA, so you could come up with your own DNA strand. So if you're just curious, what's like bottom line for what does it cost for one of these machines that could actually print RNA strands? You could get like a used refurbished one for as little as $15,000. So like there are slides. I don't know if it, like it's midnight and now's the best time to do like some like teaching lesson on synthetic genetics. So maybe the slides or that stuff's not too good for right now. But I thought it was interesting. People should know the current state of technology and engineering. That yes. So quasi-species modeling is very interesting. It's mathematical, and I have a feeling that we're going to use it going forward. So I don't know if Jennifer, you had any comment on the current state of RNA printing technology, and also you could inject DNA into a cell. So you can't like print like a human DNA and get it to like in a virus into a cell and get a human to come out. You could make a viral DNA. They've made coronavirus. In fact, they made old viruses like the Spanish influenza was reproduced. And actually the genetic code of most of these historical viruses are free online. And you could do in testing, and they do in testing, is print these strands, insert them in cultures into cells, and then those cells will produce viruses. So coronavirus has been man-made as of now in labs and studies where they've taken the DNA, printed it out, and then had a host cell that they injected it into, and from there the cell produced the full virus. But that's a technique that currently exists, and it exists like you could buy a machine for as little as $15,000 that would do this. So if you had like your own virology lab or something, or were studying, not just viruses, like you were trying to make a bioweapon, but for whatever reason, various people use it. You're not talking about super complicated lab equipment that is beyond the feasibility of even like a regular university lab.
It's pretty surprising that you can get them as cheap as 15 grand, isn't it?
Well, you probably couldn't make a virus with that one, but it's saying just what the bottom of the line machine that could print RNA code is as little as $15,000. And I had those slides. We should probably save it for a different time that would actually show some of the chemistry, and there's actually multiple different methods to do it, but there's certain chemical compounds that I guess make it like relatively easy, where they could just literally like do it one base pair at a time, where they just add a certain compound or go through a certain organic chemistry synthesis process each time. And that's why it costs like 10 cents per base pair. And really all they have to do is go through that process and add one base pair at a time.
I thought it was significantly more complicated than that, because that sounds like a linear array. But how would they create molecular arrays are not linear. So I suspect it's limited in what it can do because it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, there's difficulties in terms of strands and keeping it together and making a single RNA strand or splicing it. So it's very complicated techniques, and even making coronavirus would be complicated because how many base pairs can you print in a strand that's going to be stable, and then how do you connect the various strands? And so that's something that we should go into more into the future. And I'm saying no, that $15,000 machine. But if you think about it, I'm more hopefully me and Jennifer are going to get more into the biological and chemical sciences, and show how entropism and multiple truth hypothesis apply to even things like organic chemistry and molecular biology. But I'm more in engineering, and if anyone follows my channel, going to engineering shows, I've shown sometimes even metal filament printers, and now it costs a few $100,000 for even a bottom of the line metal filament printer, and the good ones cost millions. And a lot of those even have particle accelerators or something in them. And some of the titanium ones literally will print metal structures atom by atom. And I'd have to review exactly the technology, but they use lasers or some sort of particle separator within the machine, so that they could literally shoot a ray of the metal filament even as little as atom per atom. And that's for industrial metal filament printing. And so that's not the process that they use to make DNA. They use a chemical process that adds one base pair at a time. But if you think about it, the current state of technology, it makes sense that we could print DNA. And as I said, vectors, it's, because, the Jennifer's been showing these thing we're going to talk about, quasi-species, in this mathematical technique that hopefully is going to be useful to a lot of what me and Jennifer are talking about all over the board, but related to the viruses, that they call, for whatever reason, the term for man-made viroids are called vectors, and the vector largely refers to the single RNA strand, in that a man-made viroid vector doesn't have to be a virus. We could just make the RNA strand and then splice or inject the RNA strand into a cell culture, and then the cell culture will print the RNA strand, and that it will make the proteins that make the viroid structure. So when we make viruses for vaccines or the various purposes that man makes viruses for, and those viruses are called vectors, those vectors are given the name vector because it refers to this RNA strand that is initially injected into a host cell in order to produce the viruses that eventually will, become like a vaccine or something that, we use these things for. But the status is that, that is current technology. Every pharmaceutical company prints this, prints this shit all the time. And if you're getting a shot for your local, flu injections or whatever, booster shots, it's possible the origin of some of that stuff was printed in pharmaceutical, by pharmaceutical companies and grown in a substrate.
Very interesting. So what is the major distinction with this quasi-species model? What's the difference between it, or is it just an addition to the Darwinian model?
Well, I think quasi-species is actually, maybe you just want to read it or something, and it's like the way you have it on the screen. it's unreadable because you have it blocked by my face in the chat.
I guess I'm
So
multitasking.
you either have to scroll it so the important parts that you're reading from, or take my face in the chat off.
There you go. So, quasi-species model is a description of the process, the Darwinian evolution of certain self-replicating entities within the framework of physical chemistry. A quasi-species is a large group or cloud of related genotypes that exist in an environment of high mutation rate at a stationary state, where a large fraction of offspring are expected to contain one or more mutations relative to the parent. This is in contrast to a species, which from an evolutionary perspective is a more or less stable single genotype, most of the offspring of which will be genetically accurate copies. It is useful mainly in providing a qualitative understanding of the evolutionary processes of self-replicating macromolecules such as RNA or DNA, or simple asexual organisms such as bacteria or viruses. See also viral quasi-species, and it's helpful explaining something of the early stages of the origin of life. Quantitative predictions based on this model are difficult because the parameters that serve as its input are impossible to obtain from actual biological systems. Quasi-species model was put forward by Manfred Eigen and Peter Schuster. Awesome. Now, I've never heard of this before, but yeah, I kind of get.
I'm gonna go down, scroll down, and see a little of the formulas.
I kind of giggled when they said that the predictions are difficult. It's never a good sign.
So there's a few interesting points. So I remember we had this discussion a while back, and I was mentioning that when you get infected by a virus, you don't just get infected by one virus. You get infected by, likely, a swab that had probably a certain amount, because like you view viruses usually in terms of half-life. So there might be, a certain aerosolized saliva droplet that had a certain element of viruses, maybe millions, and by the time it infects you, God forbid, if someone gets infected, they might get infected by thousands of viruses, not like they get infected by a single virus. And so within that collection of viruses that infect a person, they're not all the same virus. They're going to be a percentage of various mutations. So if you had a sample and you're doing a serology sample of a swab of viruses, the viruses would not all have the same DNA, and it wouldn't necessarily be because, so there's multiple elements. One thing is that there's a culture of virus that has a variety of mutations that have been happening for maybe months that are within the same spectrum of a single person that's infected. So a person who's infected in China, New York, or Brazil is going to have similar various mutated forms and at various percentages, because saying the person has billions, trillions and trillions of viruses in them, within those trillions of viruses there's going to be a certain percent of various genetic mutations and different forms of the virus. And if you're looking at a representation of how the virus forms and mutated, so this eigenvector model of quasi-species kind of looks at like if you had a square and the initial form is if you're at like the 0, 0, 0 point, which we'll call the center of the square. Right? If you labeled it, usually they wouldn't label 0, 0, 0 as the center of the square, but you imagine that you're starting at the point of perfect replications with zero errors would be remaining in the center. But any error that you take would put you in a different direction, and I guess it's a form of entropy that would push you in a various direction that would be as aligned by the different direction that you could move from the center of the square. If the replication process went perfectly, the point would remain in the center. But if the replication process doesn't go perfectly, that would be represented in this quasi-species. The mathematical diagram is moving away from the center point in a various direction. And then from there, that could infinitely flow out and it would call like making these clouds and be like these chaotic circles of patterns within the randomness of genetic mutations. That by the end of days, if there's 1,000 different codes and there could be mutations at a certain point, patterns would emerge from the randomness or chaos, and these quasi-species diagrams or eigenvectors is a way of graphically representing this. And it actually could be used also, I think we talked about like the predator prey equations. I forget the name, the Langa cut or whatever the name of for the predator prey model. But the quasi-species models could also be used for predator prey. It could actually be used for a significant amount of various things, and just in terms of its mathematical form of looking at something that has variation, possibly the multiple truth hypothesis or dissonance, and saying you have variation and let's say remaining at the center point 0, 0, 0 is no dissonance because the person has correctly assessed the sensory input with the correct description of what it is, and therefore there's no dissonance. However, if there's an incorrect interpretation of the sensory input with what is actually is, then you're going to get dissonance that would be representatives of moving in the X, Y, or Z axis, a certain way at a certain amount. And then dissonance built up over time could be quantifiable by each one of these scenarios where a person misestimates reality with their perception of reality. That could be through this quasi-species graphical technique would be able to mathematize these processes of like, so to say, dissonance, as saying that each process of dissonance it could be represented as moving a certain point to the XYZ, and over a certain period of distance you would have some sort of cloud formation that would be a unique identifier of this dissonance. So that was kind of why I bring it up, and maybe Jennifer, as a stronger background in mathematics, hopefully would be able to at least understand what I'm getting at, or explain some of the use of the current status of these mathematics behind quasi-species, and whether Doovid is correct that it could be applied to the multiple truth hypothesis or dissonance theory.
Well, they've got 4 axioms here, and they're kind of interesting, especially number 4. I'm very curious as to why they chose this axiom. So probability of decay doesn't depend on the age, which is not how cells work, right? Because cells, when they divide, they do age. There's a shortening, I believe, of telomeres. So they're basically saying that whatever this mechanism is, isn't subject to the same mechanism that the telomere shortening is.
I mean, just to clarify before you go on, what I'm trying to do on 2 points, I'm trying to extract the mathematics that they're using here and use that mathematics in my fields of dissonance and multiple truth hypothesis. So there's the one thing of their pure virology theory, and then the mathematics of these quasi structures that they're using to represent what they believe is going on with these viruses, versus Doovid, who maybe I agree with him or not about their virology theory, but saying, can I extract this mathematics and apply the mathematics? That seems interesting in terms like this, dissonance, and for their purposes, is said starting the 0, 0, 0 point as perfect replication with no mutations, and then trying to graphically represent mutations as moving away, and so just purely whether they're right or not about viruses, but can we extract that mathematics and apply it to dissonance theory?
Maybe.
We could talk about the virology part of it if you want, but for my purpose, like, you could be right that there's virology.
I just have a question. Are you saying that so that there's like the unmutated state has 0 dissonance, and then mutated state has some dissonance? Is that kind of what you're saying? Or am I way off? Because I really was having a bit of trouble following you there for a while. Dissonance What do
Yeah,
you
whether
mean by
their theory on
dissonant?
viruses is correct or incorrect is completely irrelevant to the idea of how they're mathematically representing their theory of viruses, whether that theory is correct or not, could be used to represent what I'm talking about of dissonance theory or multiple truth with this concept. So yes, in their model, you have a perfect replication stays at this center point, and then the various forms of mutation are represented by moving away in different directions. And then over a period, you have certain patterns of mutations that form. And however, their theory that's interesting, common, I'm not expert in the theory. But from that point of, that, and it even involves eigenvectors, and the name of the guy who's developing it named is Eigen. So, I thought, Jennifer had to be interested in that. But could we apply a model to that in terms of like multiple truth in dissonance, where I was giving the example of the correct assessment of reality versus a sense perception, incorrect perception of reality that in as the parallel for their example of replication versus a mutation of the replication without any mistakes is like a replication without any mutations, and observing reality incorrectly, and therefore the reality in your head not being in complete correspondence with the actual reality is like a mutation. And that would be how the mathematics would be in the representational form would be transferred over.
I think I get what you're saying. Okay.
And I forward you those other papers on quasi-species that had maybe some more graphical representations, and it may be a little. I mean, if you want, we could go down to the diversion of understanding their virology theory.
I'd rather
But
try to understand what
I
you're
don't
even
think
saying with multiple truth hypothesis, because the complexity grows so great that I'm just like, I have to reconfigure my thinking array, and it's hard to do it on the fly on a live stream.
But can you put it to some of the diagrams?
What are we talking about? I just a bunch of formulas. I didn't see any diagrams.
Yeah, I guess I had a hard time finding diagrams, and there were different ways of expressing it. So it could be moving forward, but so I'm applying different forms that exist in various fields, and then saying that these will be useful for my idea. But this concept of eventually for multiple truths, but I mean just a model for dissonance where you're saying that there's an objective reality out there.
Okay.
And then when person tries to make an observation about the objective reality, our observation, if it's
is
dissonant, if it's dissonant from objective reality, there's going to be dissonance. And then graphically that could be represented as, if the state of no dissonance is 0, 0, 0, so the state that you were put into from incorrectly observing reality will be representative as going away from the origin in some point on the XYZ axis related to the dissonance caused by the incorrect observation. And over a period of time, you would have these larger dissonant structures that are common among people who incorrectly observe reality.
This isn't multiple truth hypothesis anymore. This is
just pure dissonance theory. I mean, multiple truth hypothesis could eventually be applied to it, but no, I mean, this is just without multiple truth hypothesis. This is just pure cognitive dissonance theory, and using this virology quasi-species model to represent a model for how the hard problem of consciousness has to deal with sense perception. Sense perception in and of itself is part of the hard problem of consciousness. How do we take sense perception and incorporate that sense perception into reality? And so from that perspective of the hard problem of consciousness, without the emotional, when we talk about cognitive dissonance, because you're talking about discounting the option we didn't choose. And so that's also part of cognitive, but I'm talking about pure cognitive dissonance in sense perception, where sense perception is inaccurate, and the inaccuracy in sense perception causes cognitive dissonance, let alone complications of decision making where you're discounting a choice you didn't make. But just from the simple dissonance level of inaccuracies in sense perception, I want to mathematically model it using this model that they're using, the quasi-species and virology mutations, because I thought it was
But there's no basis for dissonance in this particular domain, is there? I mean, you're making a link there. I'm not saying it's the wrong link. It's just there's no extant basis to refer to dissonance within its evolutionary model.
I'm just extrapolating the mathematical model. There's no connection at all besides the fact that the formulas that they're using there, that you could change what they mean, and I'm saying change it from that to dissonance, and that's so beyond that, nothing, no connection between viruses and evolution. And it's actually not that complicated a mathematical model. I didn't even have to mention that I was looking at that. I could have just said, let's start no dissonance at 0, 0, 0, and then when you make an incorrect perception, that graphically will be moving a certain way away. Whatever X, Y, and Z are going to represent that, or even if it's more dimensions than just X, Y, and Z, that whatever that incorrect perception was, that will be graphically represented by moving, by some sort of force, vector.
I like it. To me, it seems complicated because entropy doesn't always operate the same way. It always increases, but doesn't always operate the same way. So what you're going to have is a situation where you don't know which direction the arrow is being pulled causally wise. To me, it seems very complicated, but I like the idea of thinking of it on that level. And then it allows me to explain why the hard problem of consciousness is so hard. Because according to quantum mechanics, observation is the same thing as waveform reduction. And if we take Doooovid's approach here with dissonance theory, that's a form of dissonance, right? Because if a waveform gets reduced, it's changing in some way. So this is not specific to life. This is just generally how it works for everything. And then you want to say, well, what is the nature of the subjective bias? Okay, well, I arose from this universe that is intrinsically based upon the foundational principle that any type of measurement involves a change to the system. Observing a system changes it. Observation is waveform reduction. So we have that fact. So there's dissonance. If we take Doooovid's model, dissonance is built into observation. But then we have this other thing, which is well, people are always trying to minimize dissonance. Everything is going to be dissonant. Any interaction is dissonant, but then we're turning around and trying to minimize dissonance. How does that work? Well, it actually always just comes down to an entropy thing. Is that the direction of entropy, how they talk about the arrow of time? The direction of entropy more accurately is what dictates the spontaneous direction of a particular transition. That's why it's so hard, because it appears to be contradictory. Everything is dissonance, but we're trying to minimize dissonance.
Well, and we'll connect to the dissonance is either proportional to entropy or equivalent to entropy. I mean, at the end of the day,
entropy predicts how the dissonance will manifest. Because
there will be an equation,
to an energetic maximum.
In all likelihood, there'll be an equation, and there might already exist an equation within standardized mathematics that would give the relationship between dissonance and entropy. But it may be a vector field. It may be more representative as a vector field than a simple, like E equals A times D. Entropy equals a constant A times dissonance.
There's no universal. I can prove why there's no universal, because there's the level on which the universal exists is not that one. Because sometimes you have a situation of where there's two different ways it can be. One is like a magnet, and the other is like a spring. And a magnet has the opposite style of attraction of a spring, even though they're both attractive. The spring gets stronger the farther away you go, and the magnet gets weaker. They're both attractive forces, and those mechanisms both operate So the principle for subatomic transitions is the opposite of for superatomic transitions, if you want to call it that, electron transitions. The electrostatic force of chemical potentiality increases with distance, is inversely proportional to distance, and is directly proportional to distance for the first level of subatomic quantum. Sorry, I wasn't prepared for this conversation. It was, but I
Yeah,
really
we might be better off not to have it tonight. We've been going on a while, but yeah, thank God we did have Vince and Gandalf back, and little, even Halsey in the chat. But like, yeah, I think we're getting somewhere in the advancing these scientific ideas. Maybe even at the point like we got to get you, probably, just logistically, we got to get you over 1,000 subscribers and monetized, and then hopefully we'll be in a position where we could actually reach out and like we'd mentioned Hamerov and Penrose and people in the quantum mind, but people in doing cutting edge research and dissonance. But I think we are making progress, and we're more formalizing our ideas, and you got to research more how to frame the ideas in the lexicon of how the current people are framing them. So but yeah, I'm feeling real progress in that. I'm not sure if there's anything else you wanted to cover. If you don't mind, maybe we could, before the end of the show, at least just for a minute, look at that price discovery thing, because I thought that was important, related to a few different things. Truth discovery, if people are having a hard time, and also these economic arguments that I'm always saying. I think price discovery is a very simple, important topic that if you're not familiar with, or people that we should just at least put out there.
Before we close this topic, another thing to think about is that the subconscious can't fathom negation. So the state of no and yes for a particular object of sensory perception is that they're adjacent. They just change polarity. So that's important. Like, we can't conceive of a negation. And so there's focus, attachment, and aversion. And we can come back to this idea later about this fundamental dissonance of just material causality, lifeless material causality, versus our trek to minimize our own cognitive dissonance, and this type of near paradox that arises in all these transcendental questions, of which the hard problem of consciousness is one. So I'm not actually sure which of the links you're referring to.
You just do a Wikipedia price discovery just to pop it up so people could see it. Like I could explain it, but basically what I wanted to take out of it, and the people hopefully that watch this regularly could kind of get into a rich man's understanding versus a poor man's understanding. I'm not. You remember when Forex Shark was on, and I know from having been a day trader, trying to train people at day trading, like short sales are beyond the intellectual capacity of most people to understand, including highly intelligent people. Like a minority of people can understand short sales. Many people I've known for decades now still don't understand what a short sale is. And people who trained and want to get involved in stocks, and it's like you can't trade without shorting also. And I don't know if you the intricacies of like what short sales are, or why they're so important, or why it is that it's so hard for people to understand it. And we don't have to get diverted with that. But price discovery is related, because over the last few weeks I was saying, like with Jeffrey Epstein, these various, everything is a price. And from the laws of economics, it's almost like natural law that you could give a monetary price to something. And then I was mentioning from the multiple truth hypothesis, this idea of truth discovery is the computerized method of trying to figure out what's true or not, largely from mining information off the internet where there's conflicting information, and how the computer goes about trying to determine what's high quality information and low quality information, and coming up with so to say, what the truth is. So I don't know if you want to add anything in, and then I'll just go straight into kind of like economics 101, like what is price discovery, and then why I'm bringing it up, why it's important.
Yeah, I think you're right about the the cognitive challenge in understanding the short selling. It's like kind of just reminds me of betting at a horse track, where it's like, yeah, I agree to pay this much for this many stocks in the future, and you're sort of betting on the stock moving one way or the other, and the short is just the other side of a long contract. So the way to understand it is that you can both offer contracts and fulfill them. It's not a single fulfillment direction like it is with the stock market, where you're just buying and selling. And in this, you're presuming that this mechanism of buying and selling is already happening, and you're making an additional level of
It's so simple. You could say it in one sentence. And even the fact that you're like, walking circles around it. I'm just saying, like, short sales
because it took
is
me
just
a while
when you sell it, is when you sell something first and then you buy it back to close out the transaction. And how that works, or why it works, or why people can't understand it. Like, we could go into the dissonance, but like, you can't work in the financial field without short selling, because, like, obviously the market moves up and down, and to work in the field you have to make money whether the market moves up or down. And the way you make money when the market moves down is through short selling. And if the people can't, how do you make money when the market moves down? It's just like, well, it's simple. You just sell it before you buy it. And if you can't understand, is then why is it not that simple? And you can give a whole complicated explanations for how you sell something before you buy it. But for whatever reason, even very intelligent people, some reason, can't understand that concept, and they cannot work in the financial field. So if you're in trading or one of these fields, and you're trying to explain the short selling, that person just doesn't get it. You're saying, like, they're not going to have a future in stock trading.
Oh, of course not, because
And so I've had this thousands of times, like,
You
like
could make
literally
the most
thousands of times I've tried to explain short selling to people.
well, the counterintuitive thing is that
And the
you.
minority of people walked away understanding it.
I get that. The
And
counterintuitive.
even years later,
Can you let me talk?
minority.
God damn it! The counterintuitive thing is that you make more money. Your odds of winning are higher if you're the one selling the contract. The people would be presumably short. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, people that's what they don't get is a sale versus a purchase, because they only understand purchasing.
Well, just how could you sell something that you don't have? And say, well, you did. You sold it. You don't have it, and you complete the transaction by buying it.
Yeah.
And because you sold it before you had it, if the price goes up, you lose money. If the price goes down, you make money, because the price goes down. Just the simple, because you sold it first, you complete the transaction when you buy it, because the various mechanisms for how that works. But the simple, like, mathematics, that, like, it's just like understanding negative and positive. It's like, because it has a negative symbol, and now because you're short, when it goes down, you make money, and when it goes up, you lose money. Regardless the legal mechanism or the theoretical understanding of what a short sale is, but just like the elementary mathematics, that because you sold it short, now that it goes down, you make money, and when it goes up, you lose money.
It would be really easy to game that system, though, because all you'd have to do is look at the distribution of possible filling and whatever orders they are, and just make things go in such a way that the majority of people don't have what they wanted to happen with the contract happen. Like, you could literally have the stock market be reacting to these contracts as a means of not fulfilling them.
Well, I mean, if you're talking like the ethics of short sales, we're saying, like, markets almost necessitate the ability for that to happen as part of trading, that you need to be able to sell short.
Sure.
You don't have that selling short. And the way you fulfill your contract of when you sell something that you don't have is by buying it. And so that, it's just that simple, that when you sell something you don't have, if the price in it goes down, you made money, because when you fulfill your contract by eventually buying it, you bought it at a cheaper price than you sold it for.
There you go.
And it's just like economics. Like, yes, you have to be able to sell something that you don't have, and we're going to term that a short sale.
Great. Well, I think that's very enlightening, actually, about how it really works.
Well, I was saying it's economics. It's not like, oh, because because the Jews created the market in order to do a conspiracy, they created short sales, and now there's trickery because people use short sales. And it's like, yeah, that might be, but no, I mean, from like natural law, short sales is like a definition of when you sell something that you don't have. And it's not like like the markets and how they structure it and how they do it, but like you said, there's a phenomenon of making an agreement to give something to someone that you don't have. And if you make the agreement to give something that you don't have, if the price between the time that you make that agreement where you don't have and then you retain the item that you've agreed to give to that person changes, that could either be good or bad for you. And that nature between that change in price is the exact opposite as if you already had the object.
Very interesting stuff.
Yes, I mean, it wasn't even price discovery, but so you mentioned, so how do you monetize any object in the relation to truth discovery? How do you discover the truth of any object? So price discovery is you create a market for it, and through creating a market for it, the market will discover, so to say, the factual value of the price. So in the stock market, the companies, the banks, they're called market makers, and because they're the bank, they should have a large amount of assets. And what they would do is they would create a bid and an offer, meaning here's the object that we're trying to discover the price. And I'm sitting on a few hundred of them or a certain amount of them. And if you want to buy one, I'll sell it for this price. And at the same time, if you have one and want to sell it to me, I'll buy it from you at this price. So in the market, it's the most basic common concept. And these things are really elementary. You could have an elementary school education and understand it. But at the same time, like short selling, I would say minority of people are capable of understanding it, including some very intelligent people just can't understand the simple concept. So price discovery also is not something that complicated, but it's something a minority of people could understand, and even the highly intelligent people could have substantial difficulty in understanding this concept of creating a market and the spread between the bid and offer. I mean, Jennifer, you're familiar with the bid and offer and the spread?
Well, it's part of the whole holy grail of capitalism thing, right? Like if you just
No,
let the
no,
free
no. I'm
market
saying
handle
that
it,
you're
the-
moralizing a natural law. You don't need capitalism to have the natural law of the spread. A bid and an offer is a law of economics that in any system of human interaction could be mathematized into it. So like we don't need your moralization about capitalism because this is a law of
capitalism.
this is a law of human interaction that could be reduced to mathematical formulas no matter how this human interaction is done. It
Well,
has absolutely nothing to do with capitalism. The idea of creating a spread
markets have
and
nothing
price
to do with capitalism. The idea with capitalism is that the free market sets the price, and this is going into a deeper mechanism of how that price per se is discovered. That's what it seems like to me. I wasn't casting judgment on capitalism. I was just saying it reminds me of the idea of the free market of capitalism.
Yeah, okay, but I think to me it was maybe it's saying, okay, you don't really understand price discovery because you're saying price discovery is not limited to capitalism. But
well, you're saying you can do price discovery for anything. That's what you're trying. That's the argument you're trying to put forward.
well, I think anytime where two humans assess anytime two humans assess value for the purpose of barter, they're naturally going to do some form of price discovery. That like anytime two humans interact and trade objects, some form of price discovery happen. You don't need capitalism or a formalized system.
Okay.
I mean, price discovery of me and you didn't have any
I get
economic system. We were just like, we want to exchange objects. You're going to get something. I'm going to get something. And there would have to, by scientific natural law, be some form of price discovery for us to determine the relative values of the items that we're exchanging and that phenomenon is referred to as price discovery, and it's factual. You can't have human interaction without it.
Very interesting.
So when you say capitalism, you're saying like you're getting you're getting an F in economics. You're saying like if you do not believe that these are the factual mathematical descriptions of human interaction, you're getting an F in economics. Like you don't need a government to justify a system of capitalism, because economics is the mathematical scientific description factually of human interaction, regardless of any government or system or anything. I mean, so if you're the science of economics, if you don't believe in it, you don't believe in it. And so when you talk about capitalism, like capitalism is just one economic system of many, but the laws of price discovery and supply and demand or whatever, like that applies. Like no matter how you could use supply and demand and price discovery in the animal kingdom. Like there's scientific laws. You don't need capitalism. You could use price discovery to explain, like interaction among animals.
So are you saying that for all value there exists a price, which is accurately determined by the market?
So the 2-level part of price discovery is based on this concept of the spread in making a market, and there's a difference between the bid and the offer, and the bid will always be less than the offer. So there's not that many axioms, but from a scientific axiomatic level of the laws of economics, price discovery is basically just assuming that for any means of exchange, there's going to be a bid, which is a bid, meaning this is what I'm willing to give to get that object. And there's going to be an offer, which is this is what I want to in return for giving up this object. And the spread is the difference between what I'm willing to give for the object and what in the offer of what the person wants for the object. And price discovery is the point of the trade where we came to an agreement that I gave you something, and now this object, which was yours, is now mine. And that there will be some form of a process of me making a bid, of determining this is how much I'll give you, or you making an offer of this is how much I want in return, and an agreement coming upon. And that process is called price discovery. And through that, any object, through developing a bid and an offer and a spread, and then coming to a point of interaction is in between the spread. So there's no transaction. Saying I want this, and I'm willing to pay this much, and you have that, and you're only willing to part with it for an amount much higher than I'm willing to pay. Then you don't have a transaction. You have a spread. But saying by definition, the offer is always higher than the bid. The bid is always going to be less than the offer. And at the point where the offer becomes less than the bid, you will have a transaction. So the offer could never be lower than the bid, because anytime the offer gets lower than the bid, there will be a transaction.
Nice.
So I mean, that's basically from an economic perspective, like you don't need the precursor. When you talk about economics in terms of capitalism, you're not talking about the science of economics. So it's good because economics, if you believe it as a science, it's an accurate description of the material realm, and it's a mathematization of human interaction, and saying like, well, there are humans, and humans do have material objects, and they do trade material objects between each other. And no matter what system that people choose to trade, to set up their countries or governments or trade, you could still quantify and have equations that describe that flow of possessions. And those will transcribe to things like price discovery, that anytime that there's an interaction of a transaction between two people of an object, that it could not have happened without the process of price discovery being fulfilled, because the interaction means that the bid, by definition, of price discovery, is an interaction equals when the bid equals the offer. So if by definition of the law of price discovery, every time there was an interaction, that means mathematically that the bid was the same as the offer. And so anything could be monetized in form of the law of price discovery in terms of the interaction, that if you could just match a bid and offer to it. So if you're saying, oh, you can't, life, what's the value? So it's, oh, here's an interaction, and here was the matching of a bid and offer of a comparable thing. So the process of price discovery would be able to, so to say, discover the price of any interaction in the material realm. That there is no material interaction, there is no interaction in the material realm between humans that is that is outside of the bounds of price discovery. So that's why I wanted to cover that, and then to extrapolate this concept. Well, how do you determine the price of something? Well, the process of price discovery, and you make a market. In capitalistic terms, in modern day terms, is that there's an agreement between people of the bid and the offer, and the transaction point is where the bid meets the offer. And for truth discovery would be a similar process of, well, how do you figure out the truth? And so you kind of have like a bid and offer out there, and the truth discovery is this process of assigning values and somehow an equilibrium between, for economic transfer, the bid and the offer. Obviously, there's the exchange between two parties of material goods or services, but in the realm of truth discovery, the equilibrium forces on the two sides of bid and offer would represent something else. But any comments you have on that is fine. But that's what I thought it was relevant to bring up in this week in review and moving forward. And if Jennifer herself wasn't familiar with these ideas, I'm sure she could understand them. And relatively, that's the rich man's thinking way, because like you can't really make a lot of money in this. You could be a stock market trader, portfolio investor, and make your money in retirement and your savings account, but you're not going to be like a rich trader without understanding these basic concepts. So just put it out there so that people could kind of move into rich person's understanding versus poor person's understanding. And if you want to be a renunciate and reject the materials of the material realm, that may be a very good and honorable thing, but don't reject, but not because the person has a poor man's understanding and is destined to poverty, not because of praiseworthy renunciation, but due to God forbid just naivete and lack of wisdom.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, what you're describing actually surprisingly lines up with the quantum framework really well. So you have this like energized system, which you call the market, and it's a region where these types of exchanges are facilitated, and you'd express it in the language of physics to say that this price discovery event happens spontaneously, and it happens when this condition is met, that the ask and the offer are the same.
Yeah, people understand for banks, you could, we trade, like I was a trader, I made money just off of being in and out. But if you're the bank, you make money off the spread as a market maker, meaning that there's a difference between the bid and the ask price. And that's your profit margin, because you're buying and you're selling. And every time a transaction, when someone, pays the difference of the spread, and really in all businesses, it's kind of the difference of the spread. And I have a friend who work in IT and computers, and I say like the spread is the example. If you go to the Geek Squad here in the US and be like, I know how to fix computers, give me a job, they'll pay you $12 an hour. But if someone calls you looking you up in the phone book and says, come to my house and fix my computer, you could charge him $50, $100 an hour. And that's the difference in the spread, is where if, Jennifer calls me and says, Doooovid, help me out, fix my computer. Like, I really need your help. But yeah, sure, no problem. $100 an hour. That's what it costs. Like you call someone else, that's what's going to cost you. But if at the same time, Jennifer, I'm desperate, I need to make some money. Maybe I could, look at some of your computers and help you out with that. And you're like, okay, $12 an hour. That's the difference in the spread, where if I come to you, the price is $12 an hour, but if you come to me, the price is $100 an hour. And, it doesn't have to be that, differentiated, but, it's like, okay, if you're a
I
lawyer,
love that metaphor so much. That's
well,
such-
it's important. So I coach people on how to make more money sometimes. Thank God, and a lot of times it's just simple understandings, but the concept of price discovery and the spread is extremely important. Meaning, you say, I was talking to my mother, I'm doing my eBay sales, and you make 90% of your money sometimes off 10% of the sales, or 80% of your money off 20% of the sales. And in a lot of ways, in terms of the spread, when you have to hit the offer, meaning when you have to pay the offer price, as where when they take your bid, or when you sell it, as opposed to selling it to the bid. Meaning, when I put something out on eBay and I put like $100 and someone hits my bid, but if I just wanted to sell my object, that maybe if I put up $100 and leave it up there for a few months, someone will eventually be like, oh, I want that, we'll buy it. But if I wanted to sell it immediately today to someone who had an offer to buy that, I could probably get $20 for it, 1/5 the price, or something like that. That's the nature of economics. Anybody who runs a business, you got to maximize your money by getting the better end of the spread. And anybody who's in any form of interest, like service interest or anything, knows that you don't always get, like if you're in medicine and it's set by the government, and you always get paid the same price for the same service because it's set by the government. But usually that's not the case, and you're in a scenario where some people pay you more or less for similar services, and that's the nature of businesses. And if you could get more customers that pay you, higher price for the same services, if you don't have many customers and you have to service customers for a lesser price in order to have cash flows, but if you could maximize the amount of customers that pay full price or whatever. So it's just basic self-advice for making more money. Streaming, like how you read super chats and run your channel, and anything is going to have, because it's the fundamental laws of economics. And obviously for me and Jennifer, the more we could demonstrate, one, for our general understanding and advising our affiliates or having a more productive life, but also just demonstrating that these scientific principles of entropism or multiple truth hypothesis could really be useful and universally applied through all systems.
Yeah, what you said about your sales distribution reminded me of the Pareto principle. Where it's
Yeah, I saw you putting that up. Yeah, go ahead.
Did it make you think of that as well?
No, only because you put it up. But yeah, that makes sense. But no, for whatever reason, that pattern didn't pop in my head.
Yeah, I like this idea of the spread and how it connects to the price of labor. That's really cool, because I never thought about it as being like on a distribution dictated by what direction the reaction was spontaneous in, like if you're offering a service versus soliciting one.
Well, I think what it's actually probably more in line with your entropism than maybe multiple truth hypothesis, because mine's just a framework. But you say the entropism is saying that this concept of discovery, and you're at the point of the law of economic, call it quantum discovery, or however you're going to define it with the entropism.
It's already quantum discovery because money is quantum already. Because you can't subdivide a penny or whatever, and it's just one stock or whatever.
But price discovery is a macro level of the same, signature mathematics of quantum discovery, and this concept of what happening on the macro level of markets and price discovery is a parallel, the micro level of what's happening at the level of what we'll call quantum discovery. And for someone who doesn't have a background in quantum physics, saying that price discovery is probably easier to understand than quantum discovery. And so it's easier to understand your theories on quantum discovery through a parallel of something that at least has practical applications like price discovery, even though
Discovery's already quantized.
from Doovid's estimation that price discovery is beyond the understanding of the majority of people.
Yeah, it's already quantized.
Well, I mean, obviously, because quant is at the lower level. I'm saying that the price discovery holds on a macro level because it's per definition, a macro level of something that's happening at a quantum level.
So yeah, the state transition is when there's an exchange. That's your basic state transition. So anytime money changes hands, that's a state transition. And then what you're trying to do is predict the distribution of state transitions. Right.
Yeah, I'm predicting, like, if your entropism in the framework of the multiple truth hypothesis, we're almost at the level to make useful mainstream scientific predictions.
We were always at that level. We just wanted to LARP with lightsabers because that's just who we are.
Well, it's like
Trivially
Vince, it was like Vince and the Jehovah's Witness example. It's like, no, like Armageddon's coming. Like no, I do not accept your paradise as paradise. Like Armageddon's coming, it's nigh. Like I just wanted, like I do not accept the LARP. My prophets told me there would be Armageddon. I don't care if all the signs, indicate that you've ushered in the utopian society. I'm still going with Armageddon is nigh.
Armageddon is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
Okay, so we filled up over 4 hours again. Another good week in review.
Go! I just can't believe how great that was. That was probably my most learning about. I mean, I have been learning about economics and stuff, but that was my most dense.
Well, because I framed it in terms of entropism and multiple truth hypothesis. I took basic economic things and I reframed them, because really, like, I don't know any other economics who would have explained this concept of price discovery the way I did, because basically I used, your theory of entropism along with what I've been working on to reword a known economic theory. And so maybe from your perspective, like you always had the dissonance to the problems with the economic theory and phrased within the terms or whatever. So I, in the same way that I extrapolated the mathematical technique from this quasi states of the viruses to apply to dissonance, that was basically what I was doing with price discovery, is saying that this known economic concept that's so important is really just a mechanism of entropism.
Well, good effort. I appreciate the olive branch. Truly, it's not super interesting, but when I can do stuff like see it on that level, then it does get very interesting.
Well, I think you have the problem because Doovid says, like, karma is money in that perspective. So I'm talking like a more pure scientific level of economics than when you're thinking of like the Federal Reserve and the current system of money. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no, I'm talking like the economics is the quantification of human interaction, and our current economic system is just some model or understanding that is only partially representing all the data that economics would be in theory the science of the sum total that goes beyond what the governmental or the system contain.
Well, the dissonance for me is like, I love wealth, but then I feel like money doesn't correlate with wealth. That's where the dissonance comes from.
We just look at material possession, like whether you want to quantify it in terms of a number, And then the process is saying like, well, yeah, I mean, material possession could be quantifiable through the process of price discovery. They say, okay, wealth, like there's a terms of external.
Like I'll give you an example. Like I'm imagining a person who has like perfect vitality, ultra healthy, regular, all the good stuff, but has like just a medium house, like nothing fancy, versus a person who has tons of money but is like feeble. Like to me, the wealthier person is the one who has the greater enjoyment of life. So there's like a connection to money, but then it's like that's where it's because it's like
we had this
money
argument a few weeks ago. You know, I mentioned about like sick and the press, how price discovery would quantify the price of health. That you could, determine a way to quantify what the bid is and what the offer is, and then through that process quantify.
I think it's just outside of that system's capacity to comprise it. Because to me, health is like, what's the value of health? Infinity. And the system, this quantum economics or whatever you want to call it, doesn't
well,
accept
quantized
infinity.
value is when there's an interaction. So the value of health is quantized at the level of when there's an interaction of another person helping you with your health. So if it means another person is in terms of labor where another person uses their...
That makes the commodity illness, not health. Doctors compete on the illness market, right? Not the health market.
Well, I mean, you're saying definitional, but it was saying if there's
definitional, because if you're going to systematize it that way, you have to be defining the right thing as that which is driving the profit, which in this case is illness, not health.
Yeah, but either way, it's quantifiable. Whether if
well,
it's
that's an assumption with very little evidence in support of it.
Well, I would say if you're talking about things you do for health, like diet or exercise, as long as it involves an interaction, it's quantifiable.
That's your position, and I'm saying I don't think that that's true. I think there's a deeper underlying.
That's my position. I'm saying axiomatically, if there's an interaction, it's quantifiable.
If you're going to approach things through the axiom,
it's open to discovery. If there's an interaction, the interaction is open to a process of discovery.
Yeah, economic axioms open the door for that. And what I'm saying is that the economic axioms are not transcendent, but they can be replicated on different scales or different systems.
I mean, I think.
But there's what I'm trying to say is that there's eventually a decoupling, because what tends to make money is stuff that makes you unhealthy. So there's a decoupling between a value of something that money basically undermines. Because, like, do you agree that the commodity is illness when we're talking about doctors? Because they rely on there being a bunch of sick people that come in and pay them money. So they're sort of...
the commodity is health. If it's preventative medicine or health medicine, where the purpose...
not even a considerable proportion at all of the total health economy, quote unquote.
But it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're just
reality does matter, though. Reality.
If you're just making the point for the point, it doesn't make a difference to my point that health is quantifiable. So you're saying, well, the majority of medicine is illness monitoring, not health monitoring. Doesn't change the fact that whatever amount of it that is health medicine is quantifiable and open to the process of discovery.
How much would you have to get paid to commit suicide? That's the point I'm trying to make, is like the value of health in your system would be infinity. So it doesn't fit.
No, because when that interaction exists, like that, you could. It just has to be quantifiable. So if you're saying because it's hypothetical, you could assess it. It's like, no, it's not hypothetical, because people commit suicide. The interaction occurred, and because we have data, it could be quantified.
Only certain things can be commodified. And you don't have any evidence that health can be commodified. You have tons of evidence that unhealth can be commodified.
All interactions could be quantified.
Quantified is one thing. Commodified is another.
All interactions could be commodified because you could commodify time. And interactions require time, and because it's at least that time portion is commodifiable. So if there was any form, I mean, but no, I'm saying all interactions are commodifiable because they at least utilize time, and time is a quantifiable object.
You can.
It's a commodifiable object.
You can try, but it's not always going to predict the behavior.
Well, at the point it has predictive power, though.
Sure
We're
it
saying price discovery is a scientific measure of the value of something, and that value scientifically has predictive power because that predictive value of the object was determined through a scientific process of discovery, and therefore it has predictive value that it's more use that information you're better off having that information than not having that information.
You know, flat Earth makes predictions too.
What does it make correct predictions? Is it is it valuable to have that information?
Okay, there's a domain of human interaction where
Is it valuable?
99.9% of predictions. There's a subset of human interaction where it makes most of the predictions and it's dead on. But then there's the like residual to that, because obviously there's more things that motivate people than just pure money. So there's two forces there. And you can commodify everything that could be commodified, but if you attempt to commodify the intangibles, or something where its opposite is already commodified in that market,
You're making fundamental scientific mistakes. And,
come on, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, no, I'm unfortunate because economics is usually enters the realm of morality, that people don't understand economics or money, and when they do, it automatically has moral sentiment. But economics is a scientific field that has absolutely no connection to morality. So like I said, like unfortunately when you're moralizing, you're sermonizing about science and saying interaction is quantifiable, there's no moralizing involved. There was a change that it's measurable. The person invested in interaction, either a quantity of time, material possession that they had that could have been in any form, and it's quantifiable and commodifiable from the terms that this interaction, this is what was exchanged, this is the commodification of that exchange, and then that's apt for comparison from societal for similar interactions across species. And there's nothing moral or amoral about it. It's a pure scientific measurement in pattern. So from your average person's perspective, they only hear of economics when it comes to morals, because usually the reason they hear economics is society should do this, and the reason society should do this is because this economic study or this economic thing is where I'm talking about the pure science of economics that has absolutely no bearing on morality.
Are you seriously saying that I'm dragging this into morality?
Yeah, because you can't explain these ideas in an amoral setting.
What I'm trying to get across here,
I mean, you're not accepting the simple scientific principle that I'm saying, that there's an interaction, there's an exchange of quantifiable measures of times and possessions, and that's quantifiable, and that's the law of economics, regardless of any moral implication.
I agree with you on that.
And yes, it is
morality,
commodifiable, scientifically commodifiable, and the moral implications of it being commodifiable are irrelevant to the fact that it's commodifiable.
Okay, I wasn't.
So if you talk about medicine, what about the moral implications of commodifying medicine? Doesn't imply the laws of economics say it's commodifiable regardless of the moral implications. So if you're already at the point,
morality, goddammit, what I'm trying to explain is that certain things have infinite value in this system if they can exist in that system at all. To say that there exists a commodities market, anything can be.
How could they have infinite value? I mean, so you have to go through a process of price discovery to say it has infinite value.
Because the question, listen, why it has infinite value. The question is, Doooovid, how much would I have to pay you for you to commit suicide? The answer is, you couldn't pay me enough to commit suicide because I'm alive, and that's the most important thing.
No, but you're incorrect. I mean, your thought experiment. One thing is incorrect, because one thing you will see is, yes, you could come up with example that yes, there is a price to it and is commodifiable, and you could say yes, there is a certain price. They say yes, for this price, this person would do it, and you're theoretical like no, even for infinity, you wouldn't. And
you would never get to use the money. You'd be dead. That's the argument is that like this only has value because you can use it.
I mean, you're doing it clearer. I mean, you're
Oh,
using
come
some like
on.
abstract like thought experiments. I mean, you're trying to invalidate the laws of
I'm not trying to
economics by
invalidate.
hypothetical. It's even like a false framing of the question. You're saying one thing: suicide isn't an interaction between two different people. So if you're trying to commodify a person's interaction with themselves, you're saying so by definition you're not making
So you
an
just
apt
admitted,
comparison because
you just admitted not everything can be commodified.
as all interactions could be commodified.
Well, a suicide is an interaction with yourself.
So I mean, I would argue you
So then
commodify
is
that
health-
also,
health
but you're saying
interaction?
you're limiting and you're using an example of a questionable thing that so it's just that well, suicide is not an interaction, it's just between you and yourself.
Okay.
Interactions are between separate entities, and that therefore they're commodifiable because you don't have a bid and offer between yourself. Maybe on an internal hard problem consciousness, some explanation of how internal processes, and you work like a bid and offer explanation. But like no, I mean generally you have to have two separate entities to have discovery between a bid and offer. So an interaction between a person and himself is irrelevant.
So by that logic, I guess health is not an interaction either because it can't be commodified because sickness is already commodified. And if you tried to commodify health, it would be competing with the sickness market, which is a monopoly. So they would extinguish the competition.
You're moralizing. It's like
How is
you're
that
wasting my
moralizing?
time and your time because
How
you're
is
not
that
arguing. But because like you're clearing again, like you're trying to give like your social commentary that has basically nothing but a distraction to the comment on point.
I think you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. I agree with you that you can approach any problem with this framework, but if you do, it will not always be correct when you're trying to frame intangibles. That's all I'm saying. And I'm trying to explain why it has limitations because certain things have infinite value.
No.
No.
I'm saying well, you might be right in the part that you can't because it's constantly changing and the values of the settlement between bid and offer and discovery is constantly changing.
Sure.
But I mean, you could argue that there are no infinite values. And I mean, the hypothetical that certain things have infinite values, or just because that scenario would never occur, and you can't set up a transaction for that scenario, and therefore you're going to assume that the value goes to infinity, is not necessarily a proof that there's infinite values. It's just to say that because I can't come up with a price that would get this person to take this course of action doesn't imply that it has infinite value. It just implies that for whatever reason the discovery for that item failed, but it doesn't mean that the value is infinite.
Okay.
I mean, you're doing like a Claire, like let me give every like random possible hypothesis to refute the fundamental laws of economics. And just like,
I don't think I'm refuting the fundamental laws of economics. I am refuting the idea that you can commodify all interactions accurately. I think you can do it, but you're not always going to be accurate on it. And the reason you're not accurate
you do
is
it scientifically with accuracy within the realm of.
your framing's not accommodating the totality of human motivation.
I mean, the model, you could exclude motivation. That I mean, you could try to have models that include motivation, but essentially motivation is irrelevant.
So
There
how
was a
would you-
transaction, and there was a transaction, and there was the quantifiable cost to both sides of the transaction. And you could have motivation that's factored in as a quantifiable cost of the transaction on either side, or you say that motivation's irrelevant to the cost on both sides of the transaction.
So how would you calculate the value of health? Because to me, it seems like an impossible question.
What like health is? What I mean, you have to define health, and then you say you can't. I mean, you quantify health is you quantify the things that people do for health, and even if you're trying to quantify interactions between a person and themselves, you say you could quantify health by what they invest in it, like time, So time is quantifiable. So if you say, okay, like I jog and I diet and these various things, where the motivation of it is health, and so that therefore you have quantifiable effort into this thing called health, and therefore you can quantify health by investment. What health is worth. Health is worth how much people are willing to invest in it, and saying that there's a cost to health, and then the commodification of health is you just have to add up the costs.
It doesn't seem like any way to get any type of accurate answer.
Well, of course it is. They say, okay, like how much does a person value health? And say, okay, well, they spent $30 on yoga this week, and $20 on health, and
That's
like
status
so many
signaling.
hours exercising, and you would come up with a number.
That's status signaling, not health signaling. So
It's not status. I mean, it's saying if it's quantifiable, but if there's some measure that a person did something, they paid a cost for their health, that's quantifiable. I mean, you just seem to be being argumentative to be argumentative. Like, I'm not sure, like,
what
if
I'm
you're
trying
just
to say is
misunderstanding that the person health is commodifiable because a person has to invest something into it, and whatever that is, and so I give you a few examples, like that's that, and you're just being argumentative. It's just like when factually, like, yes, a person did a certain effort, cost level for their health, and that's the commodification, that cost that they were willing to put into their health. That's how you commodify it.
what's being commodified is illness, not health. It's what
Yeah,
people
now
are
you're
willing to pay.
moralizing. I mean,
How is that moralizing exactly? I haven't made any
because
moral
you're
judgment.
trying to make some judgment on like our current medical system, and it's completely irrelevant. Even if there were no medical system, I'm talking about the economic, the scientific laws of commodification. So regardless of our current medical system is or how, when you see a medical professional, they commodify illness, doesn't change the fact that people pay costs to benefit their health. And however they do that, and no matter what form, economically, you're going to be able to commodify that and give it some sort of value and number according to a scientific process. And you're not going to be able to, bullshit that, no, it has infinite value. No, it has a finite value because a person invests a finite amount of resources into it. And whatever that finite amount of resources were invested into it, that's the value.
When you go to the doctor, what they're
It
diagnosed
doesn't matter. Right? What the hell does going to a doctor have to
What's
do with
being
commodifying
commodified?
health?
What matters is what's being commodified.
When you drink
That's
a
not
cup
a
of
moral
water,
judgment.
when
It's
you
not a
drink a
moral
cup
judgment
of
on modern
water,
medicine. It's a
you have
fact.
to go- when you drink a
Fact
cup of
sounds like
water,
moral judgments.
when you take a walk around the block, those are commodifiable aspects. You don't have to bring those when you see a doctor.
What I'm saying is when you go see a doctor, they're diagnosing an illness most of the time, and that is a commodification of illness, not health. And I understand there's a value to health. I'm not denying that, but what I'm saying is that
You're
this
bringing in
market
this false
functions.
example of doctors to be argumentative. It's
I'm
like
not. I'm telling you how it is.
when you get an hour to moralize over human structures as opposed to talk about the science that I'm trying to talk about. I'm not trying to moralize about the current regime of human structures. I'm trying to talk about the scientific understanding of human
I am too.
interaction,
But you keep
regardless of the
moralizing, and
moral
it's annoying
status.
because I'm not making a moral judgment here. I'm stating a fact. At what point? Where in my factual statement that illness is what's commodified? Where is that moral judgment? Your people are willing to pay money.
Are you saying illness is what's
Let me
commodified by the medical profession?
Yes.
It's like, well, so what? What does that have to do with the
There is
fact
no
that you
so
could commodify health?
There is no
Just
so
because,
what.
so what you're saying is not a contradiction. So even if I grant you, yes, that the current medical system is a commodification of illness, not health, does not change the fact that you could commodify health.
The point is that illness and health are opposites, and currently what's commodified is illness. So there's a big question mark around commodifying health. And basically, earlier I was saying,
Currently by what? I was saying, that's why I say, like, you're not talking science, you're moralizing. Currently by the system that you're trying to moralize and change. Like, I don't care if the system is currently incorrectly doing these things. There's nothing to do with the scientific topic. That's what I mean, that you can't control yourself from moralizing when trying to discuss this scientific topic.
To me, has nothing to do with morality. This is about clarification.
I mean, just look at how many, does it affect your health, how many hours you sleep at night? If a person chooses, because it gives them better health, to sleep more hours a night, that is a quantifiable thing, and then you could estimate how much an hour of sleep is worth, and that's a commodifiable effort for how much health has a value to. And you're saying, like, well, if health had infinite value, how come all people don't sleep more hours? Because obviously health does not have an infinite value. Health has a finite value, and you could use things like amount of exercise, amount of water drinking, amount of hours slept at night, and various things to come up with a reasonable formulation for the quantification of health. I mean, for the commodification of health. And when you're thinking in terms of dollars, the laws of economics, dollars is a current system or economic system. So when I say that the laws of economics means health could be commodified, and eventually you're going to come up with a dollar value, and then you're already arguing about the dollar value as opposed to the scientific process of quantifying and measuring things. And so to me, you're just being argumentative so you could moralize about things that are largely irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Like, I wasn't bringing up price discovery so we could argue about how moral the current medical structure was. I was doing it so we could understand
Judgment. It's just annoying that you keep saying I'm moralizing when it's like I wasn't inferring a moral judgment. I'm simply stating a fact that the commodity is illness. And what I'm saying is
the commodity of what?
Value,
the commodity of what is illness?
If you want to think of, hospitals, etc., as an economy, then the commodity.
I mean, you're more like, I'm not talking
the commodity
about hospitals,
is
I'm talking about
illness. People come to the doctor because they're sick. They don't go to the doctor to learn how to be healthy. That's my point. The thing that the doctor is getting paid to fix is
I agree with your point. What does your point have to do with the conversation?
Point of the conversation is that people value health more than materialism in a way that doesn't translate easily to a commodity-based system. And I was trying to make that point by saying, like, well, how much would you have to get paid to kill yourself to show, like, oh, okay, well, basically the fact that healthcare is so expensive is evidence in support of the position that people place a high value on health. And I said, well, it's infinity, but that was just to demonstrate that there are limitations to the structuring of things as purely value propositions, because certain things can't readily be monetized, but many things can be monetized. And so that's basically the only distinction I'm trying to make. There was not really any moral judgment.
I mean, you're fundamentally just not understanding this properly. That's why I see I could see, I think, the mistakes I think you're making, and what you're missing, the greater point, and why you keep on going on these kind of like tangential things that don't really have anything to do with it. I mean, saying there's a quantifiable energy expenditure, and if you relate.
Oh, hey, did you catch the guy that came on my stream this week?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he was kind of interesting, but he sounded like another one. He's like, yeah, I have all these big ideas, but like I don't have science, and like
he's another me.
I can't express my ideas because like I don't really understand science.
He's another me, only like.
I mean, he's like an inferior version of you, because I mean, you're like the version of him with the undergraduate background in science. But like, yeah, I mean, just like, oh, I have all these great, like, answers to all the world problem, but like, I'm just not educated enough to express it in a way that other people could understand. And we think, well, it's pretty unlikely that you actually have any really great answers or solutions, or if you do, you please expend the work to, be able to express it in the language where people could understand it. And like, otherwise, Claire, just gonna work with the assumption that like, no, like you're just full of shit. Like, in the situation of doubt, better to assume negative. So I mean, I'm not against him. He seemed like an interesting guy, but I'm not sure about his group, and it was somewhat a conversation. But like, yeah, I'm saying like it's difficult. We've been at this over a year and a half, and we're like, we're not even neither one of us have a serious publication. And it's difficult to frame these things in terms of scientific terms, and this is why the question of this mapping that you're doing and why I think it's incorrect and why it would problematic, saying like this information couldn't be published because it's problematic, and just this process to go through to scientificize come up with a correct language to express these ideas, and what's this misunderstanding where you keep on jumping to this level and trying to point out like this thing. I'm not sure, like you appear to be pointing out like, oh, like, but we're quantifying illness, not health. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, like we quantify illness, yeah, like, okay, yeah, great, we quantify illness, yeah, I know that, but like, no, like you're trying to like use that to demonstrate that we don't quantify health or something, and just like
What I'm saying is hard to do. It's what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to help you understand the complexity of the problem. I think we can actually make inroads to solving it. And the reason I was pointing out the limitations was that that's like the starting point of the reasoning process, is to find out the limitations of the theory. And if you want to go past those,
actually, I think your argument here is the perfect reminder of maybe if you just let me do a screen share, because I wanted to show this review of the Harari video, and I think like it makes sense the problem that you're doing, because I'm just saying theoretically science could answer these questions, and you say but the observation limit. So I mean, it's related to
it's not an aha laughing at you thing. It's actually I was trying to go along with what you were saying as sort of what's the word, amplify your message, because like there is a reason why it's so hard.
My Facebook is timing out. So the Harari video had a whole bunch of interesting things in it, but this Christian guy did a review of different theories of Harari, and Harari's that gay Israeli Buddhist that wrote a book on Sapiens, and he's kind of like a transhumanist, and he talks about evolution and this ordering of things and like this rapidly increasing level with like the machine technology and transhumanism. And this guy had for whatever reason my Facebook was timing out, I couldn't get to it. Maybe we made a whole rebuttal video, which is good. Like I think all the people in our spheres, and even like Jennifer, I think some of her first streams were kind of these like rebuttal videos, and that's what everybody does in opening stream, like JF and his Stephen Molyneux commentary or whatever, just taking something and rebutting it. So this guy said, kind of like Jordan Peterson is your average kind of like poor man's oh, am I on screen share now?
Yeah. If you want the full thing, I can remove the chat comments anytime.
Yeah, so why don't you remove it, because I'm going to try to show that, and also pop up this IQ thing. So here, this map we show many times. I was on Luke Ford, and I was mentioning the possibility that the Asian countries that are beating coronavirus looks kind of corresponding to this IQ map, and the explanation why China and Japan, South Korea are doing relatively so well containing coronavirus may be explained by IQ, if you believe that, and just looking at the map. But the show's already going on too long, so I just thought that this Harari video would
it's not screen sharing. Are you screen sharing right now?
I didn't screen share, that's why. Oh, sorry. So forget that IQ map. It was too controversial to even show that IQ map with the picture of China. So here's the video of FOCL online. I guess this is some like evangelical school, and this guy gave a lecture on Harari's fiction and even had like good PowerPoints. And let me find this letter where he says kind of like Harari is the rich man's Jordan Peterson, basically. And so Harari's basically a Silicon Valley clique at this point. Talk to anyone who works in tech, and the chances are pretty good they'll recommend you a copy of *Sapiens: A Brief Introduction of History of Mankind*, Israeli author Yuval Noah Harari. You know, he's kind of like the mouthpiece of the current evolutionary understanding of Silicon Valley and this big history narrative of human civilization. So he kind of, so this was the quote that I thought, you know, Jennifer, we definitely had to. Angry, disinfected young men have Jordan Peterson, whose banal advice about tidying your room is camouflaged with Jungian blah and sulky optimalism, and people who shown at school and don't understand why that hasn't made them happy have Harari. His books use evolutionary psychology as self-help. So, you know, I guess my interpreter is saying, like, Harari's the rich man's Jordan Peterson. Because Jordan Peterson is kind of like, you know, why am I poor? Why is my life not working out? Get your shit together. And once you have your shit together, you don't need Jordan Peterson anymore. Ezra Harari is, you know, giving the psychoanalysis to rich people in order for how do they frame the Silicon Valley elite power structure according to evolutionary theory. You know, these my frame. So he goes into, you know, great video. He he tries to steelman Harari's position and explain it, and then he goes through his critique, and he's got slides and numbered points of his arguments on Harari. And then, you know, he's a biblicist, so I thought this was a really good video and somewhat related to our arguments where you know, this Harari, who's kind of you basically justifying his form of elitism in evolutionary theory, and he's become kind of like the talking point of the elite, like the Bill Gates, the current model of the scientific technocracy, you know, seems to be in this Harari transhumanism as a form of the true science of evolutionary biology.
Cleanest thou's room.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, I mean, we could probably argue another 10 hours on price discovery in these points,
I
but,
really
but
appreciate you trying
I
to
think it's important to just to
for me.
separate it, that I'm looking at these things I mean, scientifically, and, you know, like, yes, this is active, like it's what I do when I, you know, sell things online and how the stock market works, but it's also a scientific concept because it's a mathematical law that could describe reality at any level. And that people, when they understand economics, should be, you know, rather than giving moral commentary on their view of how government should be running society or the elites, should be trying to understand these things as the universal application of economic laws that transcend, you know, the plots of governments and elites.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for being with us this week. I really enjoyed the chat, and thank you to our co-panelists, Vincent and Gandalf, for coming on today. All the audience really appreciate the contributions to the chat. It definitely makes for a richer experience. And I look forward to our next conversation. I'll mull over some of these ideas and look forward to chatting with you throughout the week. Maybe I can make some diagrams for next time.
Oh yeah, and this last week I had, you know, different reasons of noise or whatever things happening in my house that I decided not to do the chess stream. So I think this week I probably will do a stream or two on my channel. You know, if you're around, you could join and say your thoughts. But I guess for the style, because a lot of these, they're my own public training to teach myself the current state of the studies and affairs, and to train myself to speak in the terms of the current scientific language. But they're also informative, like a book on tape or a deep dive, like a graduate seminar on a topic. So, but I'd mentioned last week that I wanted to do my one on chess and how the brain forms thought, and part of how the computer goes about playing chess, for, you know, further analysis of truth discovery. That I'll just, you know, truth discovery is a very complicated thing in terms of the computer programming process, and I think it'll be easier for me to explain truth discovery in terms of chess software. But yeah, I hope to get some of those streams in this week. If anyone was actually checking my channel and wondering why I didn't fulfill that this week.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Channel's in the description. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner.
Yeah, but
Okay,
so to say, a
I'll sign off
worthless
if you're gonna-
opinion of
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy in her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
they control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?